and is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN. WFAN FM. WFAN FM HD1 New York. And Odyssey.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Oh, that's right. It's your boy, Anthony Gallo, on the greatest radio station on the planet, WFAN, in the greatest city in the world, New York City. Don't forget it. 888-808-1019 is the number to call, as always. The trade deadline is right there, and we've got a lot to get into. The Mets have started the purge. A.J. Minter traded yesterday for Benny Agbayani's son, Bruin, and another guy, Billy Amick, I think is his name. But the purge has started, and with reports coming out over the last 48 hours, the Mets cannot be stingy. They cannot hold guys that are rentals at this point, looking to cash in on the most. They should do their due diligence. But when I see reports, as Will Salmon reported from The Athletic, that the Mets want a top 100 prospect for Freddie Peralta and more. If the Mets do not get rid of guys like Freddie Peralta, someone who will not be here next year, someone who should not be here next year, meaning they cannot extend him. I do not want him extended. They cannot receive a draft pick from the qualifying offer if he rejects it. They are in the luxury tax. You forfeit that right. So there is no reason not to get rid of him. They suck this year. They're not doing anything. And he's not helping them if you're somebody who wants to still compete. I still want to see them win games. But he has not helped them win at all. He will not help them win. So when you're thinking about looking ahead, and I am somebody who wants to compete next year, yes, even in a rebuild with the wild card, I would like to see them try to fight to be in the playoffs next year. But there also has to be decisions made. And I think they are going to make those decisions. And maybe they're playing hardball right now. But you cannot let the deadline pass. And guys like Freddie Peralta, who is a rental, and other guys in the team, stick around, and then you lose them for nothing in the offseason. Or you're trotting their lifeless corpse back on the field in 2027. So get the deal done. And Stearns, and I heard it actually elegantly put by Joel Sherman, Stearns has to reward Steve Cohen for, Sherman called it, his patience, but the trust and belief that David Stearns can figure this out. When no one else in this city, no one else in this market, not a single Mets fan thinks this guy is figuring it out. And I don't want to hear about that, look at the future. Yes, there could be positives that we draw from this season, and none of them are attributed to David Stearns. Like, I am very encouraged by what we've seen from, Nolan McLean, who I've been very hard on this year. It's been very encouraging what we've seen from him over the last month. It's been very encouraging from guys like Christian Scott and Zach Thornton. These are encouraging. The two young outfielders in Benj and Ewing. Even the resurgence of Francisco Lindor since he's come back. And we don't know what his status is. Could he be traded Monday? And we're going to talk to Bob Nightengale at 4 o'clock, so we'll dive into that stuff as well and get some answers from a real insider. But the Mets cannot play around. They need to make moves. And they need to make moves, one, to get rid of the dead weight. They need to make moves to improve the morale of the fan base, and I think cutting bait would do that. I'm not saying that these guys are, the fans are just going to rejoice because they're rebuilding, but you need to, do something to show that this team is taking the steps to figure this out. But also, there are moves that can be made. Maybe there are low-buy moves that you can make that look ahead to next year. But right now, guys like Freddie Peralta, even the guys who do have contracts next year in a, Polanco or Luis Robert, like whoever you can find to take on these guys, you should be doing that. Brett Beatty, I don't care that Beatty and Vientos are under control. Vientos can't be traded. He's injured. But Beatty sure as hell can be. And when you look ahead, obviously there are a few pieces that we are hindered by the injuries at hand. But guys who are, just to go through the list right here, Freddie Peralta is a free agent at the end of the year. Brooks Raley, free agent at the end of the year. They should be looking to deal these types of guys. If someone is willing to give you something for Luis Torrens, you make that move. And I want to compete next year. But if you're not going to be able to trade a Francisco Alvarez, then you should be able to trade Luis Torrens, because you cannot carry two catchers. And Torrens is an excellent defensive catcher. But you have to be real. He is not going to be the guy that our hopes are tied to going into next year. Tyrone Taylor, love him. I love these two guys. Torrens and Taylor, veterans who have performed. Veterans who play with some sense of pride wearing the Mets uniform. Guys who kind of established themselves in the bigs as Mets. And I think they show it. They play hard. They do the dirty things. I mean, Tyrone Taylor, I don't know if they already came out with it. He may end up being the hitter of the month in the National League. That's how dominant he was over the last month. But these two guys, they are not going to be back next year. I know they're both arbitration eligible, but these are not critical pieces. If someone's willing to give something to you, you should make that move. Freddie Peralta, Brooks Raley. I would even go as far as, I know he's been good, but a Luke Weaver type who you have under contract until 2026, or until I think he's a free agent in 2028. Devin Williams. I mean, I would love for them to get rid of Bo Bichette. That's not happening because the genius in charge of this franchise decided to give him a contract worth $40 million a year. So he is not opting out. But the Mets cannot sit around. We cannot come Monday and have no moves made. Because also, take away the compensation you are getting in these trades. Get past that. There has to be consequences for poor play. And you can't fire the entire roster. And if anything, it's a reward for the players being traded. Because they get to go to a potential playoff team. But the thought is, it's not good enough. And nobody wants to leave New York, no matter if it's the Mets. I know, we are the lesser of the franchises. We are the joke of, this city. Whereas in the Bronx, that is the gold standard. But these guys don't want to be traded. But I'll tell you this much. There has to be consequences for not getting the job done. It can't just be on the manager who got fired. And yes, it starts with David Stearns, but the players have a part to play in this too. And as much as it may not seem this way, if you want to build a culture, you got to hold guys accountable. And I get it. At the end of the day, they are really just benefiting from their own suckage. They get to go somewhere better as far as competition-wise. But you cannot sit around and just trot a lifeless corpse of a roster out there every single day. And I don't want to sit here and have David Stearns talk to us, the deadline on Monday at 6 o'clock, and then on Tuesday when he gives his press conference, him have that ass-eating grin on nervous laughing, telling us why he didn't trade Freddie Peralta or why he didn't trade this guy because the compensation wasn't good enough. Buddy, you're not recouping anything you lost in the offseason. We have to look ahead. Freddie Peralta is not going to be here next year, and if he is, the franchise fan base is going to revolt. You can't get anything for Senga. We're stuck with him. You can't get anything for Vientos. He's hurt. We're stuck with him. You can't get anything for Simeon. We're stuck with them. And I would hope that maybe someone thinks that Bo Bichette at 27 years old is just going through a rough season in New York, and if they were to make a move for him, the $40 million is not that scary, or maybe the Mets eat a little bit of it. But there are guys you can move that you're not stuck with. Jorge Polanco, it feels far-fetched that a team is going to be willing to trade for him with the money left on the books this year and the $20 million coming next year. But if you could get rid of him, get rid of him. If you could get rid of Luis Robert, get rid of him. Sean Manaea, again, he has, I think, $20+ million owed to him next year. He has pitched better. He has. And he's not a guy that I ever, doubted his ability. It was more his health, and it looks to be that he's finally getting in a groove or learned to pitch with that injury that he suffered last year. If you could get rid of him, if someone's willing to take on that money, or even if the Mets have to pay $5-10 million, and I know that's easier, it's not my money, get rid of him. Why are we holding on to the weight that we have, that dead weight? There are pieces you could point to they can build with. McClain, Soto, Benj, Ewing, Christian Scott, Zach Thornton, Francisco Lindor. And I know a lot of you, for whatever reason, most of it has nothing to do with baseball, and most of it is conjecture that you have bought into, have your issues with Francisco Lindor. That's fine. And part of me thinks that if they trade him, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I won't be happy about it. But I'm also not going to lose sleep because, like I said, changes have to be made. And they clearly, when Stearns took over, he was not happy with the makeup of the roster. And would it shock you if another you've all blamed Lindor for what happened this offseason, which is the best thing that could have happened to Stearns. Because even in your criticisms of Stearns, you guys blaming Lindor for that lets Stearns off the hook a bit. When most of it, if not all of it, I'll give you Jeff McNeil. But Nimmo and Alonso were not guys that David Stearns ever wanted. But if they trade Lindor on Monday, I won't be happy about it. At least there is a step and a consequence to this season. And I hope the final consequence, which this is a delusional hope because we all know it's not coming, is David Stearns is not here next year. But he is going to be. So he needs to reward the owner. And listen, that reward may be a consequence in its own to the owner. But if the owner is going to trust this guy, it is on David Stearns to reward that trust. And it's time to stop with the excuses and stop with the platitudes and the buzzwords and start doing something to impact this franchise positively. Because the only move he's made after 2024, and I'm not giving him Juan Soto, that's a no-brainer, and it feels like the owner had more to do with that than him. Clay Holmes is the only move he's made post-2024 that has turned out well. In 2024, he made incremental changes that were good. Manaea, Severino, JD Martinez, Iglesias. But the majority of that roster was an Epler and prior regime's roster. So this man, it is time to start showing substance and results and productivity. It is unacceptable how this franchise has operated itself the last year and a half, since dating back to June 13th of last year. It is unacceptable how every other franchise in this sport knew it was time to make a change at manager. And I am not blaming Carlos Mendoza for what happened this year. He is a part of it. He is not the main reason. But the Phillies had the wherewithal to fire a manager they had a ton of success with. They didn't win a World Series, but Rob Thompson had a ton of success with them. And they had the wherewithal to fire him early in the season to salvage something. Stearns couldn't do that because that was Stearns' guy. And we're seeing it right now. Stearns doesn't want to give up Peralta for just nothing. Stearns doesn't want to, admit this was a terrible move. And I don't care what Brandon Sproat and Jet Williams are doing in Milwaukee. It's not what they're doing. It's what you decided to do. They could have used those guys to go after somebody else. They could have used those guys as a package to go after Tariq Skubal, which, again, would not have saved the Mets. And not to get off onto a side tangent, even if the worst part about all of this was there was no saving grace in this season because Alonso and Diaz should still be here. With all the guys that left this offseason, the two guys that should still be here without a question are Alonso and Diaz. But do we truly believe that even with them, the Mets would be 20 games better than they are now, 15 games better, which would still not put them over 500? 20 would, the 15 I'm saying. But that is how bad Stearns has managed this roster. That those two guys could have been back, and the results would not. Let's say Polanco was not here, and Bichette, and Devin Williams is not here, or Bichette's not here, and Devin Williams isn't here. This season does not go much differently because Stearns has mismanaged this team, this roster, everything about it so poorly. He has invested in young players like Vientos and Beatty, and unfortunately a guy I thought was going to turn it around in Alvarez. And that has cost him. He decided to chase big fish that suck, like Bo Bichette and Freddie Peralta. And the Peralta one, listen, we all wanted him. It was a disaster. The Bo Bichette move, I don't think was a guy that was on many Mets fans' radars. And not that I would have excused the failure, but this season would have been a lot easier to salvage if Bo Bichette was not here. Because what the Bo Bichette move did for me, I don't have to agree with your plan. I do want to see that the front office is sticking to their plan. And what Bo Bichette felt like was a reactionary move to either the fan base being so mad about what happened or to them missing out on Kyle Tucker, who has also been a disaster this year. And you could sell me on maybe they truly did want to rebuild this team in the offseason. But when you bring in Bo Bichette, you are not signaling rebuild. You are signaling that you are trying to compete. And it's time to cut bait with your mistakes. You'll never get forgiven for these moves. So doubling down is only hurting you more. But what you could do is rebuild your image and reward the owner for trusting you by going out and getting rid of a Bo Bichette, getting rid of a Peralta who should be easier to get rid of. I don't want to trade Clay Holmes because I want him to be here next year because I actually think he is a good pitcher and has the makeup to succeed in New York. But you should be trying to trade him. And with that sounder, yes, I know you think a draft pick is on the board. But today, that is the sounder for trading breaking news. The great Paul Rosenberg now informs us what that news is.
Anthony, the Yankees have made a trade.
Oh!
And it is a trade that was rumored earlier this week. The Pittsburgh Pirates have acquired Camilo Doval from the New York Yankees for 2 prospects. So Yankees fans, be happy. Camilo Doval now off the team.
Who has that?
Jeff Passan.
Jeff Passan. Okay. So I guess that may signal that the Yankees are trying to do something else right now.
And one other thing, this is on Clay Holmes and the Mets. Clay Holmes, speaking before the game today, said the current plan is for him to pitch tomorrow in Brooklyn, but there's weather involved. There have not been any extension talks, and that he expects to get moved at this point. So Clay Holmes
said that.
Clay Holmes said today that he expects to get traded. At this point, also said the front office has kept in good communication throughout the last week. He wants to be pitching. He wants to be pitching for the Mets in the big leagues, but he understands why he's not. So 2 things. Camilo Doval traded from the Yankees to the Pirates, and Clay Holmes expecting to get moved.
Oh, so he's not pitching in Brooklyn tomorrow. You know, if you got tickets to the Cyclones game tomorrow, sorry, trade him. Actually, no, go. It's a beautiful stadium. Who cares if Clay Holmes is pitching? Go ride the Cyclone, get a Nathan's hot dog. You know, they sell frog legs there. They're kind of good, not going to lie. Go to the candy shop, get yourself a chocolate-covered marshmallow on a stick. And, try not to think about the Mets. Maybe the Cyclones are in contention. Thank you, Paul. So, Camilo Doval to the Pirates for 2 prospects. Maybe this is the Yankees trying to garner, some ammunition, and Camilo Doval has not been that great for them this year. And just to show how much of a joke the Mets season has been, the Pirates have been able to compete at a higher level than the Mets. And I know the Pirates are under 500, but they are 2.5 games out. So our first move of the day, if you hear the draft sounder, it's not a draft pick. The Jets, the Giants, they're not on the board. The Mets and the Yankees might be. 888-808-1019. Mark in Oceanside. What's going on, Mark?
Hey, it's great to hear you again.
It's great to hear
when
you
you're
too.
on the fan. As you know, I'm the original David Stearns basher.
Right.
And I've been bashing him for the last year and a half.
Right.
And in the last year and a half, these are his two moves that just signal that anything he does going forward is going to be a negative.
Right.
Frankie Montas, the worst baseball signing last year in all of baseball. 2 years, $34 million, flushed down the toilet. This year, the unbelievably bad Jorge Polanco, who can't hit the ball out of the infield. 2 years, $40 million, flushed down the toilet. Met fans just want him to sit on the bench. That's how bad he is.
I think there's a lot of guys like that we just want to see sit on the bench at this point.
And here's the problem that I have with everybody. Everybody has, we should trade this guy, we should move this guy. Yes, in theory, yes. But with Stearns making these moves, do I believe that a smart general manager from another team is going to win the trade? Or do I believe David Stearns is going to win the trade?
But what is it about winning the trade? You've already lost everything. So you're going to just hold on to guys because you're afraid somebody might get the best of you? What is Freddie Peralta? Somebody getting the best of you with Freddie Peralta. It's a win-win. It's a win. It's a win if you trade Freddie Peralta. It's a win if you trade Brooks Raley or you could trade any of these guys. He's already lost. What else could we lose to another team?
Here's what I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose Clay Holmes. Here's the reason.
They're going to, though. They are going to. And, Mark, let me tell you this much. I am with you on that. I agree with you. I actually love Clay Holmes. I've been defending him. He's been great for the Mets. Here's the one thing that we could say. If Clay Holmes is more likely to be back with the Mets next year, trade or not, than a Freddie Peralta. I don't see an avenue where Freddie Peralta signs back in New York. The Mets could theoretically trade Clay Holmes. I don't think it's a high possibility, but I do think it's a possibility. They could trade him and then re-sign him. But if they trade him, they're not losing. At this point, they've already lost. What else? What? If you don't get the top 80 prospect you want, the Mets somehow are now doomed? No, they're already doomed.
I agree with you, but here's how I'm looking at it. Yes, Freddie Peralta, 4-inning Freddie can go. I don't care what they get back. He could just go. Bye-bye. See you later. Clay Holmes has shown that he has the stones to pitch in New York. We've got 3 young pitchers who look pretty good or very good, correct? It would be nice to have a veteran starter who we believe in, trust, and shown he can pitch in New York. If you retain him, it's an easier walk to re-sign him for the next 2 or 3 years. And you have your kind of experienced starter starting every 5th day with the 3 kids and maybe adding 1 more pitcher and having the nucleus of a quality starting staff. If you trade him now for whatever Stearns would come up with, which is probably a bag of nothing,
right?
It's harder to re-sign him at that time. That's my thing.
But Mark, what if he doesn't re-sign then? Then you just kept him for no reason, and now you're sitting there with nothing. I appreciate the call, but they have to make moves. You cannot be – I want Clay Holmes back next year. He also is not going to be what makes or breaks next season. They also – if Clay Holmes truly – he's been in New York now for how many years? I don't know. How many years was he with the Yankees? 3 or 4 years? So he's been here 6 years, let's just say. I have to look it up. I'll look it up at the break. He might want to stay here. So getting rid of him does not mean he's not going to come back. And also, we don't have to be naive. We know these teams talk to these guys. You think when the Yankees traded Chapman, there wasn't a conversation of, we might be back. Let's keep our options open. He also may not want to be back next year. And that may have been a conversation they had with him. And he may have been like, listen, I'm going to keep my options open. I don't know if I want to be here next year. I'm not saying that happened, but we don't know what conversations have had. So he could be a guy that isn't going to be back this year. She's going to hold on to him and get nothing?
Just the return for Camilo Doval.
Okay.
2 prospects, Luis Cruz and Omar Alfonso. Omar Alfonso is the Pirates' 17th ranked prospect. He's a catcher. So I think that's probably the bigger one. Luis Cruz, believe in the minor leagues right now, maybe in AA. But for me, the thing would be number 17 in the Pirates system, a catcher, Omar Alfonso, in the deal going back to the Yankees.
Okay. That's something. I mean, it really is just I think they're getting fodder for potentially another move.
Well, I would think.
It also might have just been, this also might be me trying to piece together something, and it's more simple than they just don't need Duvall. He stinks, and they got something for him.
Well, I think I would lean towards your first thing. I think they're making a move for another pitcher, whether that's someone on the Mets, whether that's Luke Weaver, Brooks Raley, Clay Holmes, whatever that is. I think the Yankees are 1,000% bringing in another bullpen arm. I don't think it's Mason Miller, but I suppose you can never say never. But I do think that they clear out a bullpen guy. They're going to need another bullpen arm to replace whatever Duvall is doing. I think they're going to bring somebody in. Now it's a question of who. And again, they get the Pirates' 17th ranked prospect catcher Omar Alfonso.
And it does get a little bit of money off the books too. If it's so funny how much we look at the money the Mets spent this year, and the Pirates are buying at the deadline. It's a small buy, but the Pirates are buying at the deadline. And this is an option for the Yankees. And I think it's something to be, said. Seattle has, who had it earlier? I think it was Passan had it, that they are shopping a few of their starters. Does that mean they're shopping Kirby, they're shopping Luis Castillo, Emerson Hancock, or multiple teams have engaged the Mariners on potential trade for right-hander George Kirby, and there's a sense that he's available. Passan also says the Mariners have been listening on starters Emerson Hancock and Luis Castillo. Does that mean a Randy Arozarena is available? Does that mean one of the more veteran guys on the Mariners who they don't view as a piece next year is available? And it's funny because the Mariners they're 3 games out, but they could essentially still make up that 3-game gap even if they were to trade a couple of these guys. And we'll get into it on the other side of the break. 888-808-1019, and we'll get back to your calls. Also with the Mets, the Yankees are in win-now mode. The Yankees can make moves for rentals. I think it makes them, I think it's better for them to chase guys that are going to be here next year. Because let's just say that Judge and Bellinger are never really healthy this year, or they come back and they're not 100%. You're now just not mortgaging your future for this year. You could have guys that are going to be back next year. That's why I've been very adamant when they go for a catcher to get someone under control or a cheaper, non-expensive player to go get. But in this area of the we don't know the uncertainty of next year when it comes to if there will be baseball, and the uncertainty of 2 years after that, what the cap is going to look like, because I do believe we're getting a cap. And we've heard Steve Cohen mention this, that there won't be a cap next year. If they do implement one, it would start in 2028. But if you're going to trade for someone, you would rather have them under contract going forward than just blow it up for a rental. And let's say Judge and Bellinger are not healthy and you can't compete at the highest level. I'm not saying don't make that move, but I think it would be a bigger move to make. So Randy Arozarena would probably be a cheaper guy to go after when it comes to a rental or a shorter-term deal. And then maybe the Yankees look at a George Kirby type. I don't want them to go and trade for a starter, but you're talking about Tariq Skubal. Kirby would probably cost less, and he's under control until 2029. But is there possible moves that the Mets can make that not just selling, but maybe can move forward? But they could potentially help themselves going into next year. We'll get into that on the other side. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
The MLB Trade Deadline is 2 days away. And while it represents a chance to solidify for some,
we're open-minded in the deadline to try to improve ourselves, period. End of story.
It represents rebuild for others.
I also have a responsibility to push us forward, to look for solutions, and to make difficult decisions and change when I think it's needed.
From the front office to the diamond, the latest rumors turn into the latest breaking news. And the Fan is always here to deliver it all to you. Your home for everything New York baseball is 101.9 FM WFAN.
Did you know the average person keeps the same bank account for 19 years? 19 years ago, you still had a flip phone. That was just a phone. If you're still banking like you did when you parallel parked with just your eyes and a prayer, it's time for a change. Upgrade to Citizens, where how you bank changes with you. With our enhanced mobile app, you can track your credit score and talk to our chat assistant, Sizzy. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Total Orthopedics is expanding across Long Island and New Jersey with offices coming to Babylon, West Babylon, Comac, and West Orange. From sprains and broken bones to complex sports injuries, they're the experts at getting you back to being you. Visit TotalOrthoSportsMed.com today.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve, but my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. I've spent years on the field learning what really matters most: reliability, consistency, and trust. That's why I love Red Pocket Mobile. You choose from 3 major 5G networks, plans start at just $10 a month and stay there, plus real customer care answers in under 2 minutes. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, "I've got this." At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. New shoes, new clothes, brand new grade. Switch to Verizon to make sure their tech keeps up. This back-to-school season, buy or bring any Android phone and get a Samsung Galaxy tablet on Verizon. Get your kids ready for the school year without breaking the bank. Visit Verizon.com or your local store today. Bring an Android phone or purchase a new phone with device payment on postpaid service plan required. $329.99 tablet device payment purchase with new line on $20 per month tablet plan for 36 months required. Less $330 tablet promo credit applied over 36 months. Additional taxes, fees, and terms apply.
Orgavatazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market.
Official partner of Major League Baseball.
Who wins the division?
Who's buying at the trade deadline?
Who takes home the Cy Young? And
who's still standing in October?
Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Hey Yankees fans, head out to Yankee Stadium on Saturday, August 22nd for a very special giveaway. It's Hello Kitty Yankees Bobblehead Day. The first 18,000 guests through the gates will receive a Hello Kitty Yankees bobblehead. Don't miss the Yankees taking on their division rivals, the Blue Jays, Saturday, August 22nd at Yankee Stadium for Hello Kitty Yankees Bobblehead Day. Get your tickets now at yankees.com/tickets.
Your New York Yankees are chasing another championship. Talk Yankees baseball with the Fan at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo back on the Fan. 888-808-1019. Talking deadline, talking Yankees, Mets. We are right in the thick of it. And this Fan Focus is presented by Chef IQ. Watch the game, not the grill. Get your gear at chefiq.com. The Yankees have moved on from Camilo Doval. They bring back two prospects in the deal. And we had some discussion about what potentially was the reasoning for it, and the great Sean Morash of the midday shows during the week actually reached out and said it's probably more about getting him off the 40-man roster, Camilo Doval that is, than it is about trading for a Miller or getting prospects to deal in another move. Also, Joel Sherman was reporting that he was roughly owed $2 million the rest of the way, so I guess there's a little bit of money. The Yankees are sending money to the Pirates in that move. And they got back Luis Cruz and Omar Alfonso, who is the 17th overall prospect for the Pirates. He's a catcher, 22 years old. And according to MLB.com, you can never really go off of this, but the ETA is 2027. So maybe he's a guy in the future they look to move into as a catching, reliable player. We're also a little bit away as the 86 Mets team is celebrated today, 40 years since that, amazing team that most of us never saw play, but we know more about than some of the own teams we rooted for in our lifetime. I know our guy Al Cintron's out there getting a ton of content. He'll enjoy the masses. He's old enough to remember the 86 Mets, but guys like me and Rosenberg are not. They're just folklore to us. And I know every single story about it, every single player on the roster. I know more about them than some of the own Mets teams that I've seen in my lifetime. And, we're definitely going another year without a World Series, and hopefully, not much longer. But back to the calls we go, 888-808-1019. Also, Bob Nightengale, 4 o'clock. He'll talk about, this trade, some of the other trades we see coming down the line, either tonight, tomorrow, Monday, 6 o'clock deadline. So we'll see what happens. Jack in Marlboro, what's going on, Jack?
Hey, Anthony. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, dude?
I just want to talk Mets fire sale.
Right.
I see you're pretty passionate about the Mets, trying to get everything back that they can for these expiring contracts. There's a couple guys that I think we should keep, especially Torrens and Taylor. Keep some camaraderie and consistency.
You want to keep them?
Because, even though this year has been disappointing, I feel like it's counterproductive to tear off absolutely everything that's been positive about this season.
Well, Tyrone Taylor might be the only guy who can net you something.
Yeah, but he's on a playoff team, he's a fourth outfielder.
I know, but a team might be
but
he's the hottest player in baseball right now. You're never going to be able to get rid of him for more than what he's available for right now.
I understand, but I think he means more to this current roster and next year's roster.
But what is he?
I think he's
Jack, remove the emotion from it, because I love Tyrone Taylor. What is Tyrone Taylor? He's not starting next year. The outfield is set. He's a fourth outfielder. Soto, Ewing, and Benj is the outfield next year. The one thing that we can bank on come opening day, outside of Nolan McLean probably starting, is those three guys of the outfield. If you're trying to get better, and realistically, just agree or disagree on this, is he not the guy who's probably the most valuable right now after Freddie Peralta when it comes to people who are not under contract next year?
I would say probably Brooks Raley, just because lefties are thin and he's been really good and he has a good track record. But I do understand your point. I'm a lifelong Jets fan as well. And, I believe that the culture is important. And this year, we've seen stretches where the defense has been horrible. It looks like the team's playing lifeless. We've been lucky the young guys, the young outfielders have injected some life into this team, getting Soto back, Lindor been playing better. But I think it would be a disservice to the young guys to get rid of Torrens and Taylor, two of the few guys who play the game the right way, who don't make silly mistakes. And as you said earlier, they do the little things, to help teams win.
Right.
So that's my one point. And I can understand how people disagree. The other point I'd like to get to is Lindor. I find the Lindor chatter to be some nonsense because, Lindor is looking at his from not focusing on this year, he's been the leader of the clubhouse.
100%.
When Lindor is rolling, we're rolling.
Yep.
And also, we're not going to get any type of return for Lindor that would justify getting rid of him because his contract's so big. We're not going to get a young, controllable bat. It would be a prospect. He'd be kicking the can down the line.
I think that we definitely agree on Lindor. I do think there is this notion that Met fans have now, and it's a great call, Jack. We don't have to agree. You're right. We don't. I think we agree on the baseline of what our goal is as Met fans. I am just not tying my. I got to be honest. I love Tyrone Taylor. I don't even think he's an amazing player. I love the guy. He plays hard. He's kind of exciting to watch. Good fielder, can run. Seems to be the only guy who gets a clutch hit on this team. And over his last 18 games, so 45 plate appearances, he has 10 extra base hits, 6 of them are home runs. He's got a 1,300 OPS. He may be their best option at netting something after Freddie Peralta. Obviously, you said Brooks Raley, which is true. Lefties are tough to come by, but also Brooks Raley. Arento, you do have control of Taylor if you make a move for him. But I get his point. The Lindor thing, I think that Met fans, not the overall baseball fan, Met fans have polluted the Lindor, and it goes for both sides. People who are pro Lindor and anti Lindor. I agree with Jack that he is a leader. You guys could argue with your mom on that. Most of you are making that decision not based off of baseball, and most of you are making that decision based off of rumors or something that might have taken place with wives, and not actually looking at the tea leaves or looking at the eye test. He's also the guy with the highest WAR in the National League since 2021. And that's with his injury this year. And obviously Soto would probably be at the top of that list, but he did play with the Yankees for a year. So that, changes that greatly. But the Lindor conversation has gotten so out of control that we've acted like he is a monstrosity to trade, and that's not true. I don't think you're going to net a monster haul for him, but the thought that you couldn't, the Mets would 100% be able to deal him. You'd have to give a little bit more money on the back end. You'd probably just give it as a, here's this money, and teams are going to look at it as value towards, all right, we're gonna view this as paying off the back end of his contract, but they're not going to have to give up a ton, and they'd definitely be able to get a piece for him. He is one of the best shortstops in all of baseball. He is a guy who's a primetime player throughout his entire career. And most of the negative thoughts about him have been rumors. We can't even confirm. I'm not saying they are true. I'm not saying they are true. But we have not confirmed any of this. And the one thing that I think is pretty obvious is him and Jeff McNeil will not get along. Jeff McNeil sucks, and Jeff McNeil had a terrible attitude. And it sounds like the one guy who was willing to put him in his place, and we demand for guys to hold people accountable, was Lindor. He tried to set a standard. And we've now turned that into a political conversation and a conversation about how terrible of a teammate he is. where none of that has ever come out from anyone. But remove that from the conversation. I don't want to trade Lindor. I do think that if you're building around the core of the young guys, let's just say the 5 young guys, Thornton, Scott, McLean, Bench, Ewing, and then you add in Lindor and Soto, you at least have a base for your roster going in the next year, and there's going to be pieces that are a part of that. One of the catches will be a part of that. The bullpen may, Williams and Weaver might be here next year. Whether we like that or not. I would like to see both of them get moved. I understand the thought process of if you're not going to get something, as much as I want to get rid of guys, they are valuable. They are not a Luis Robert, a Jorge Polanco, a Marcus Semien, where I don't see any value in them, and you would take what you could get. Someone's giving you the 30th prospect, I would give away Polanco. I would drive him to the airport. As far as Tyrone Taylor, to go back to the original point of Taylor and Torrens, if you could get something for him, you got to give it up. I don't want to trade both Torrens and Alvarez because you still have to field a roster next year, and you need to have a catcher. Whether it's you get rid of Alvarez and you sell me on Torrens, does all the little things right, is a good defensive catcher, calls a good game, and occasionally will run into a timely hit, fine. Or you go with Alvarez and you're hoping that his upside shows at some point. But you have to get something for guys who are not under contract next year. I know they are controllable assets with Torrens and Taylor. But if someone's willing to give you a viable piece for Taylor, you got to make the move. He's not going to be the reason why the Mets make the playoffs or not next year. He can help them, but he's not going to be what the season relies on as a whole. The fourth outfielder does not make or break your roster. 888-808-1019. Bruce in Brooklyn. What's up, Bruce?
Hey, how are you, Anthony?
I'm good. How are you,
Bay
dude?
Ridge native here.
What up, man? What part of Bay Ridge?
Marine Avenue and Fort Hamilton Parkway.
Okay.
So I watched them build the Verrazano Bridge. I watched them move the entrance to Fort Hamilton down to 101st Street.
Right.
And there's a park right outside of Fort Hamilton that has cannonballs.
Yeah, I'm like 4 blocks from there.
Are you where the old St. Patrick's baseball field used to be?
No.
So
I don't want to give out where exactly I am, but I'm not far from there.
Okay. A couple of things about Cashman, and then I'll go back to the Ridge for a second. Cashman's always active during the trade deadline, but it seems like half of his stuff never works, and even when it does, the people don't get played. Last year they got Caballero. He should have been playing instead of Volpe, but they didn't. The only guy from last year that worked out is Bednar. So I'm glad they got rid of Duvall, and they could use some help. But don't know.
Caballero played yesterday.
When Cashman gets somebody. What's that?
Caballero played yesterday.
Yes, I know, but Volpe's playing the majority of shortstop.
They were dealing with. I'm pretty sure. I mean, he's fine, but I'm pretty sure Jazz was banged up yesterday. Because remember he left the game on Thursday, and they sat him out as a precaution yesterday, so they had to play both of them, and it didn't cost. They won.
Yes,
it didn't cost them. They won. But your point about the deadline is what?
Well, they could use a couple of guys right across the city. They could use Torrens. They could use Taylor, and they could use either Weaver or Holmes. If they got Weaver or Holmes, then your bullpen is pretty much straightened out.
Bruce, you're right about one thing. I don't think anybody trading for Clay Holmes is putting him in the bullpen. I don't think he's making. I don't think he's going to a team and being okay with pitching out of the bullpen. But your point is not wrong. I mean, Tyrone Taylor, out of any player right now, because what is it going to cost the Yankees? Great call, Bruce. I'll see you around the neighborhood. I mean, if you're still there, I don't even know if you are. I should have asked. Sorry, I cut you off a little quick there. Tyrone Taylor is probably would not cost the Yankees much, and he'd be able to slot in the center field or wherever you want to play him, and he's a better hitter, or not. He's red hot right now, but he's a better player overall than trusting a young Spencer Jones who needs to grow. And Spencer Jones is going to be fine. I think there's things I see with him that you could see. And I truly believe Jason Dominguez is a Major League Baseball player. Like, I don't think he is not a good player. I don't know if he's ever going to live up to the hype. but you need something more reliable, even if Taylor was on your bench. And when you do get Bellinger and Judge back, you have that. And if they're going to make a big move, I would assume Dominguez or Jones is going to be in that move. Taylor would be cheap. You give up your 15th, your 10th prospect, whatever it is. I mean, your 15th probably. I don't even know if you'd have to give up as high of a 10th prospect to a guy like Taylor. He's under control next year, and he helps the Yankees really fill a quick hole. A little programming note, too. Yankees obviously playing the Cubs today, and we're leading right in the Yankees pregame around 6:45. But the great Boog Shambi, who does the Cubs television broadcast, also New York native, does a lot of national stuff. He'll join us at 3 o'clock, to preview that. We'll talk a little bit about the deadline as well with him, one of my favorite broadcasters. And Bob Nightengale at 4 o'clock as well. When it comes to the Yankees, though, there are moves that they can make with the Mets. Even on a smaller level, Terrence would make a lot of sense. If the Yankees go out and get a third baseman, a shortstop, maybe an outfielder, and you bring in a Luis Terrence as a cheaper deal, he'd be your best defensive catcher. You don't have a lot of hitting to begin with that catcher. He would give you a good, a minor upgrade with the bat, but he's an excellent defender. I think the Yankees need to be dreaming bigger than that, but these are ancillary moves. Luke Weaver would be a good move for them, but I don't know if the Yankees want to make that move. Like, I think the Yankees, if they're going to go for somebody that's going to cost you that much in the Luke Weaver category, why wouldn't you go a step above him? But who knows? I do trust Cashman. I know I'm a Mets fan, and no one cares because, Yankee fans just don't trust him for some reason. I believe he's going to be active. I think they're taking a big swing. They're in on Hunter Goodman. Does not mean they're going to get him, but they're clearly trying to take a swing at one of these young, controllable catchers. And Goodman will be a gigantic get. He's under control. He's 26, good defender, and has pop, is a great hitter, maybe one of the best hitting catchers in all of baseball. 888-808-1019. Aiden in Point Pleasant. What's going on, Aiden?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Love your show.
Thank you, man.
This deadline to me, for some reason, feels like way more important for the Yankees than in years past, in the aspect of, usually it's Judge or nothing, but even without Judge and without a lot of the bats, the Yankees have been hanging on to that 2.5, 3.5 game back out of first place.
Right.
And I feel like with the way the pitching is right now and the way you don't really know what baseball is going to look like next year, on top of the fact that Judge is getting older, I mean, trade whoever, trade your prospects, because this is a year, especially with a weak East, that the Yankees absolutely could make a run for the World Series. And I love that, they've made like the Dominguez is playing and Jones is playing. But I also agree that if you're going to go after a guy like Goodman, or you're going to go take a major swing and a push for the World Series, that you're going to have to trade away some of the prospects, and it can't just be Anthony Volpe. It's going to have to be
they have to give up something.
Dominguez or Jones.
Or even more than that. But yes, you're right.
Right.
Well, I appreciate the call, Aiden, just because we're up against it. But they're going to have to. I heard somebody call in last week to my show, or I talked to them, and they were like, why not give up, it was like Jazz, Volpe, and I forgot who the other person was, for Devers and Arise. And it was like, the Yankees are going to have to give up something. And I also think they're in a great position to do that because they're not going to have to give up everything. I do think Spencer Jones holds a lot of value. I do think Jason Dominguez, maybe on a lesser note, holds a lot of value. So that there are pieces they can go after. There is a lot of possibilities for the. I look at the deadline, and we'll talk to Boog Shambi in like 5 minutes, and we'll talk to Bob Nightengale later. But I'm curious to see how truly active this deadline is because there are so many teams in it. When you look at it, the Royals, Athletics, and Angels are truly out of it. in the American League, and the Giants, Mets, Rockies are truly out of it in the National League. They're all 10-plus games back. The Reds are 4.5 games back. The Blue Jays are 4.5 games back. Are those teams that may semi-sell? Maybe they're only going to sell if they get something truly worth it. The Cardinals are 3 games back. I don't think they're selling. They're on a slide right now. I don't think they're selling, though. The Tigers are going to trade Tariq Skubal. I don't think they're truly selling everything, but they're going to trade Skubal. And then there's teams like the Mariners who aren't going to get rid of their big dogs, but they're going to get rid of other pieces like Castillo. I mean, if they trade George Kirby, that's a pretty big move. I would say, I'd have to really think about it. That might be the second best pitcher available after Skubal. That has at least been rumored, if he is truly available. We got a lot to get to. I got you all the way to Yankees pregame. Coming up after the break, the great Boog Shambi joins us. Cubs, Yankees tonight in Chicago. He does the Cubs TV, does ESPN baseball, used to do the show, KBO legend broadcaster. And then at 4 o'clock, Bob Nightengale joins us as well. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
The owners who want to do these drastic changes are going to want the Dodgers to win again, to have a point. And they already have a point. They're going to have a stronger point. And it's just, it just feels, because it never really with baseball has worked out well with these labor negotiations, it feels like we are heading right into a brick wall.
Get Boomer and Gio on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cash back built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. My home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve. But my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
The pros know nobody beats FW Web. With extensive inventory, personalized service, and a fleet of trucks across the Northeast, FW Web supports all customers, from one-van contractors to large facility operators. For planned projects, emergency jobs, or maintenance, FW Web has what you need, when and where you need it. For plumbing, heating, HVAC, refrigeration, propane gas, and PVF jobs. With over 100 locations, visit FWWeb.com to find one near you.
Right now, you can grab a full breakfast at Dunkin' for $6. That's 2 wake-up wrap sandwiches and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. It's quick, easy, and covers your whole morning, all in one stop. Did I mention it's filling and delicious? It's a full breakfast. It's a great value, and it just makes mornings easier. So next time you're at Dunkin', don't overthink it. Order the Dunkin' $6 meal deal. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York.
But one of my favorite broadcasters, specifically when, we're spoiled here in the market when it comes to the local broadcasters, but one of my favorites, I think he does the best job nationally, baseball-wise, Cubs broadcaster on the Marquee Network. Boog Shambi joins us now. Boog, thank you so much for the time. What's going on, man?
Yeah, absolutely. What's happening?
Nothing much. I mean, let's get right into it. I know you don't have a lot of time, and you got to get ready. Big game tonight for you guys. Big game for the Yankees. We hear a lot of rumors going around the league, and specifically the team you cover, the Cubs, has now been attached to these bigger name starting pitchers. A lot of Yankee fans want to go after Tariq Skubal too. How active do you see the Cubs chasing a Tariq Skubal, or even now we're hearing George Kirby's name, obviously with the Mets, a Freddie Peralta. Do you see them really being in on one of these, or are these just conjecture, rumors?
I wish I could tell you. I know that I feel strongly that the Cubs are going to be active in the trade market, and I think they'll get their hands on a starter or two, plus a reliever, or maybe 2 relievers and a starter. I don't know whether, there's a reality to the Skubal part of it. I think that the Cubs look at, this situation is, pretty fluid in that they have an opportunity just because they have a really good position playing lineup. They score, they catch the ball. They've suffered a lot of injuries, and they're not going to get back to full health. But, of a group of like Ben Brown, Justin Steele, Daniel Palencia, Edward Cabrera, Hunter Harvey, they're going to get some, if not all those guys back. And all of a sudden, a team that didn't have a ton of pitching could end up having a decent amount of it if you include whoever they end up, adding at the deadline. I think this team, feels like they have a real chance here. So I don't rule anything out, to be honest.
Well, because it's funny because I look at them as, we hear about the Brewers, the Dodgers, the Braves, and the National League. I think the Cubs are as good as, obviously the Dodgers are the head of the class. I think the Cubs are as good as any of those teams, but you talked about them being active, and they are a contender. Obviously, in this market, Yankee fans are chomping at the bit for a move to be made. How active of a deadline do you actually envision it? Because a lot of the league is still in it, and I know we see all these names with the Mariners being rumored, the Padres, but they're not really out of it yet with this third wildcard team. Do you see it being a truly super active deadline with the big names, or is it going to be more of these ancillary moves across the board?
Yeah, all I can tell you is I hope it's active because for the most part, it's something that we build up every year and then it ends up being really disappointing and really boring. I think ultimately it's going to come down to this. look, most of the guys that run these teams view it the same way. And it'll only be entertaining if multiple teams decide that they're willing to lose the trade, or at least risk losing the trade. Because what ends up happening is everybody does this thing where they basically say, well, if we add this guy, it's going to give us 92.5 wins, and we already decided that we can win the division with 91, and we're on pace for 91.5 wins. So what's it doing for us? So they do that type of math, and ultimately punt on making the decision more often than not to do so. We'll see. It's again, if you're a team trying to win it from the wild card position, you got to win 13 games. If you get the bye, it's 11. I think a lot of teams have a realistic possibility to take the whole thing.
I'm with you with that as well. And I think in the National League, it's a little bit more of a top-heavy league, whereas the American League, truly, I've really only view it as, and maybe I'm living in a bubble in this market, is just the Rays and the Yankees. I think the teams in the Central are better than the teams in the West, but I don't think any of them are truly at that top echelon. As someone outside looking in, obviously, we're in this New York bubble. How do you view, because a lot of Yankee fans skew negative about the way they view the Yankees. Me being a Mets fan, I view them as one of the top teams in the league. How are you guys viewing them? You do national, obviously with the Cubs, viewing the Yankees as a contender and where they rank in the league.
Yeah, they're legit. I think it's a little challenging when you sit there and look at, their injury situation. Look, pitching is clearly their anchor. I think they're a slightly above average defensive team, but pitching is the thing that makes them so good. The question becomes, do they and when do they get back Judge, Stanton, and then what's the level of performance when they get Bellinger back? Those three guys are pretty big, but look, yesterday's a good example of they faced the Cubs and they won that game, and Warren pitched really well. But realistically, with the lineup that Aaron Boone has to throw out there against lefties, I don't think that lineup is good enough.
Right.
And more often than not, I think they're going to lose that game with the offensive lineup that they're putting out there, expecting to shut a team out in that spot. It's just not realistic. So I do think that they're going to have to do something to add a bat.
So I agree with that. And a lot of the names being rumored, the biggest one I would say on the position player side is probably a Rafael Devers. And a lot of my concern when I'm looking at teams making these moves is the uncertainty of next year and what a potential cap may come. Obviously, with the Mets, I don't believe he's actually going to get moved, but Lindor is rumored. Do you think teams are going to be willing to go and chase somebody with a long-term deal like that, like a Devers, who's even in his prime still, but has $30+ million attached to his name each year until 2030 on?
I think it depends on the team. I mean, look, you have to contemplate how deep the pockets are, and then, how each team views the potential, how long a lockout will be next year. I'm probably a little more towards optimistic. I think that there's definitely a chance that games are missed, but I don't see, losing the whole year or something like that. And I don't see a cap coming personally. So I think ultimately, we're back where we normally are at the trade deadline, and there's hope that everybody will be active, but we're all just kind of guessing on it.
Right. And this is honestly the best I've felt hearing that, because most people skew very negatively. Obviously, the fans think that there is a huge chance that we don't even have a season next year. So even just hearing that, I know you're just giving an opinion, but it makes me feel good. I'm not going to lie. If outside of, obviously, I've spoken about Devers, do you see something out of left field happening? I know all of it is speculation, and like you said, it gets hyped up and we don't. But do you see, whether it's the Dodgers, the Yankees, maybe even the Cubs, the Braves, the Brewers, anyone that is within this contender category making a big move that maybe we haven't seen just yet?
Yeah, I don't have anything to offer you as far as that, as far as names that you haven't heard or anything that's, going to blow you out of the water. I mean, I the one part that I really miss in terms of the big leagues now is nobody goes big leaguer for big leaguer anymore.
No.
They just never do it. And, back in the day, yeah, they would make trades and risk like, wow, I might end up looking bad on this deal because it's two big leaguers for two big leaguers, and nobody does that anymore. I wish that would happen a little more frequently, but I don't have anything good to offer on surprise deals that could come out.
Right. It's funny you mentioned that because, obviously being a Met fan in this market, we did have one where it was Nimmo for Simeon, and now it feels like that one had completely backfired on the Mets, hindsight being 2020. At the time, it was a move I defended. And I was like, all right, I could see what they're painting as a picture here. And then with the departures of Alonso and Diaz, it obviously did not play out the way any of us thought it would. I want to pivot. I have two more things for you. One of them, a little bit more heavier. We share a mutual friend in Josh Stevens. And I know you've played a big part in the Lou Gehrig's disease, the Lou Gehrig's Day, and you have the Project Main Street Foundation with the Chris Johnson, NFL running back, former rushing leader, would hit that kind of bringing the ALS conversation back into the window. How tough has it been? Obviously, we had the Ice Bucket Challenge, and then it felt like just like everything else, it kind of went back to the forefront. How is it to keep that conversation going as you fight to, really push that cause forward again into the limelight?
I think the thing that's hard is, the only way you're going to get attention because so few people get the disease, and it's an incurable disease. So even though few people get it, everybody dies. The question becomes, how much of an advocate does Chris want to be? And he's entitled to do, it's his life. I completely understand, Josh and I watch what Tim went through, our friend Tim Sheehy, we grew up with on Roosevelt Island in New York. So you need an advocate that has, a platform. And I don't think anybody's responsible to do that. Right. Say. So the thing that's unfortunate is you mentioned the Ice Bucket Challenge. I would still say that ALS is a pretty criminally underfunded disease. I would still say,
agreed.
If you're a sports fan, you might have a little more of an idea because of the association with Lou Gehrig. Even now, I think younger people probably don't. But I don't think a lot of people, I think that if you went back and asked 100 people, do you remember the Ice Bucket Challenge? A percentage of them would tell you yes. But I also would tell you that I think you'd be surprised at how few people would remember that it was for ALS.
It was, yes. The next thing I was going to bring up was that.
It's one of these things that's just constant that you have to constantly put out there. MLB did a wonderful thing by having a yearly Lou Gehrig Day. So at least it's, in the spotlight in that regard. But yeah, the Chris Johnson thing is super sad, man. And it's sad because you're still putting into the spotlight a disease that has zero cure.
And it is, and it's something too, obviously, that has touched, all of sports across the board, but it feels like it only comes into the limelight, when a tragedy like that hits. But I just also, you were such a big proponent for the Lou Gehrig's Day, all of that, and it's funny because not funny, but when that comes up, it's again, it was the point I wanted to make too that you made yourself. That everyone did the Ice Bucket Challenge and then it went away and no one actually remembered what it was for. And you guys could all Project Main Street look it up. It's a great foundation. Not to turn to a more lighthearted subject. I'm been in this industry now. I'm 34. You're somebody I've looked up to. You've done it all. Video games. All the sport, whether it's national, local, obviously with the Marlins when they started, the biggest impact, you in the summer of 2020, it was a very boring, dark time for a lot of us. And I'm not trying to make light of the situation, but you kept me from going insane. I was very secluded. And at 5 o'clock in the morning on a weekday, I could be rooting for my NC Dinos. You know, I'm a lifelong, since 2020, NC Dinos fan. But you had the privilege of calling the KBO games. And this is purely a question for me. But as someone who's been in this industry, how was the challenge of being able, one, you're not just calling a game from, it felt like your living room with a cup of coffee at 5 a.m, but a game that is on the other side of the globe. What was that experience like during lockdown?
Yeah, that was the hardest thing I've ever done. That was basically like log rolling while juggling chainsaws, and the log is on fire. Like you don't know any of the players. You don't have any control of the shots, so you don't know the next person you're going to see. The information was limited. And then, you're just you're working without a net. And so you try to have fun with it and call the game. But there's also just an element of it where, you're sort of flying by the seat of your pants. So, and then the other component that would happen a couple of times, the first time it happened was amazing, but we're 15 minutes to air. These games would come on at, 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 5:30 a.m. So you'd be up at 2:30 and you'd be prepping, and then you'd get a call 15 minutes to air from a guy who would say, okay, so the NC Dinos Lotte Giants game just got rained out. So you're going to call Hanwha against Kiwoom. And you'd be like, no, seriously, that's funny. And they're like, no, we're serious. And so in 15 minutes, you're going to call a game
with no prep.
Two teams. It's not like you're dialed into the KBO. So it was hard. And it was one of those things that you look back and you laugh. And I mean, we had a lot of chuckles and a lot of, but
you guys did a great job with it too. I'm not going to lie.
It was challenging, but it's looking back now, it's pretty funny.
It is. And it's funny because when I told my friends that you might be coming on today, we had a small group of guys that I am very close with. We would be up 5 a.m. on Zoom watching you guys, watching these games. And it ended up being a great memory for us. It got me through because that was the first sport that came back. And the amount of research I did for 3 months of fandom into my NC Dinos fandom was truly incredible. But I always
the Dinos won it all.
They did. Champions. The only champion I've ever seen in my baseball fandom came in July 2020.
Oh, that's sad. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Boog. I appreciate the time so much, man. I really do.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Boog. Boog Shambi. You can hear him tonight. Obviously, if you want to mix it up, Yankees Cubs tonight. Funny enough, David Peterson versus Max Fried on the mound. The great Boog Shambi. And again, I know we ended on a light note there. He does a great job with ALS, and it is a tough, disease and cause to fight for, because, like he said, it is uncurable. But he started Project Main Street in 2006 with a friend of his, Tim Sheehy. Who I hope I pronounced that right, who later died from the disease. And he does a lot of great work. I also think he is, when it comes to national broadcasters, I think he is the best when it comes to baseball. There's a lot of guys I like. I know Evan doesn't like Joe Davis. It is tough to hear him take shots at the Mets. I think he's great. Jason Benetti is great. But when it comes to national broadcast, Boog Shambi, in my opinion, is my favorite at least. And, he was great on the MLB The Show game. And also, the great Ricky Ricardo and him started in Florida when the Marlins first started. So a little fun tidbit there. But like he said, and I know he's really focused more on the broadcasting side, and it's not as much of an insider, but I do think he made a good point that we get a lot of these hyped up deadlines that miss the mark. I truly believe we will get a couple of fireworks on this one. But a lot remains to be seen. So he does a great job. And that, as sad as it might seem, that is a true story, that I was getting up every single day. We weren't doing anything. I was working from home. I was working with Mike on the app. We were not doing anything. And I was tuning in the KBO every morning, doing research for teams that I have not watched since. But, we sat there when we heard ESPN was picking up the KBO games. Me and my buddy sat there. We drafted, who's getting what team. And I fell on the NC Dinos, champions. Who says I don't have a baseball champion in my book? But, part of it was just something to get through the insanity. And it didn't matter whether you were up at 5 a.m., going to bed at 10 o'clock at night. None of it mattered. We were just living in a cycle of endless nothing. And I was pretty secluded from everyone, so it gave me something. 888-808-1019. We will have Bob Nightengale on at 4 o'clock to talk deadline, give us a little bit more. And obviously, if you missed it before, the Yankees traded Camelo Duvall for 2 prospects from the Pirates. They get a 40-man roster spot opened up. They save a couple of dollars on that one. And it truly, and shout out to Sean, who was the one who gave us the tidbit that it was probably more about the 40-man roster than it was anything else. 888-808-1019. Moose in Jamaica. My man Moose. What up, dude? Moose, are you there? My man Moose. I'm going to put you on hold. Richard in Manhattan. What's up, Richard?
Anthony, the Yankees better not trade Will Warren.
Okay.
He's the best number 4 pitcher in baseball.
That's a thing to have right there.
I think he's good. It would have been interesting if Bellinger didn't get hurt. I think if Bellinger didn't get hurt, they would not have to make a move. They could make a move, but they won't have to get fleeced. Now they're going to get fleeced. The only recommendation, I just take a bad contract. I wouldn't trade off any of my prospects. Just get a Machado or somebody with a bad, and just lose a few dollars.
But Richard, they're still going to have to give up something to get Machado. We have to get past the point that thinking teams are just offloading contracts. Manny Machado is having a down year. He's still more productive than basically.
Anthony, the Yankees are on pace for 91 wins.
Yes.
I'll take 91. And with that starting staff, I don't care how many rounds in the playoffs.
World Series, Richard, you can't. And then, Richard, you'll be the first one to call in if they fall short in the playoffs.
Oh, no, I don't.
And
I don't
make
complain.
a move. But you will, though.
No, I don't. I don't do things like that. No, I don't.
You
that's
never,
not me.
Richard, you've never done that.
No, I don't complain. I like to look at the facts and figure out what I would have done. I don't want to see them get fleeced. That's all. I don't want to see them trade somebody and like the Mets with Crow Armstrong for Javi Baez. I don't want to see any of those. Okay, if the Yankees split those 8 road extra inning games, do you know they'd have the best road record in baseball? As it is, they'd have the second best road record in baseball. So they don't have to have home field advantage in the playoffs. They've got a much better record on the road than at home. That doesn't mean they shouldn't get a first-round bye. That'll be nice, but it's proven that doesn't help that much. Obviously, in football, the first-round bye helps a tremendous amount.
Neither of those are true, by the way, Richard.
What's not true?
Neither of those are true. The first-round bye in the NFL does not inherently give you an advantage. And
no,
as the first round bye in baseball is not a disadvantage. The Dodgers won the World Series the last 2 years. What are we talking about, Richard?
Yeah, right. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. An advantage, it doesn't matter. And the Yankees play just better on the road than at home. I'm only hoping for after the deadline, they're on pace for everything. They're okay, 91 wins. I'll live with 91 wins. I just don't want to see them.
If they don't win the World Series, what are you going to live with them not winning the World Series?
What am I going to do? If Judge gets hurt and Belichick gets hurt, you lost Fried for 2 months, you lost Cole for 2 months. These are things that are going to happen.
Nobody cares. Nobody feels bad for the Yankees. They don't. What are you talking about? Like, I love you, Richard, and you do complain. To talk about a guy who's no one has been on air more than you, Richard. We have, there's tape to prove that everyone complains. What are you telling me? Just because if they lose, no one feels bad for the Yankees. No one felt bad for the Yankees last year, and they were one of the most injured teams in baseball. You can't just stand pat. And this fear of getting fleeced is so stupid. And Boog talked about it. Trading a player for a player, everyone's so afraid of losing a trade. You know who's not afraid of losing a trade? The Dodgers. And it seems to work out for them. Like, you miss every shot you don't take.
We spoke about it, I think, last week, about how back in the day, Anthony Volpe was a absolute, no one is getting him. Even when the Luis Castillo was available, nobody wanted. Yep. The Cashman repeatedly
Can't trade him.
Untouchable, cannot trade him. And look what happened. Who was to say that George Lombard doesn't turn into the next Anthony Volpe? So when Yankees fans don't want to move Lombard and they don't want to do this, you can't just assume that like you did with Volpe, that Volpe was going to be the next Derek Jeter, which a lot of Yankees fans thought.
And here's the thing is, though, you're right. The other thing is the Yankees aren't going to have to give up their entire farm system to make this right. Like, they may not have to trade Lombard to get the pieces they want, but Spencer Jones, Legrange, even with his injury, Jason Dominguez, whoever else in their farm that is up there, I'm not going to sit here and list every single farmhand that they have. They could be available, and they could be guys they deal to get a big piece. It doesn't mean that every single piece in their farm system is getting dealt. It's not, because no team is doing that nowadays.
Right, but they also they shouldn't be afraid to make a trade either.
Agreed.
Because if they trade George Lombard in a Mason Miller deal, for example, and if the Yankees win the World Series this year, nobody is going to care that they traded George Lombard for the next 5 years. Nobody will care.
No, not a single person.
Nobody's going to care. You think Mets fans would have cared if they trade Nolan McLean for whomever? You think they're going to give a crap? Of course not. They won.
Well, here's the thing is, too. Perfect example. And I understand in the moment why you're upset. The Mets traded Jared Kelenic for Edwin Diaz and Robinson Cano. I understand in the moment, Met fans thought they would get more for him. I get that. And it's the same thing with Freddie Peralta. You thought you would get more for Brandon Sproat and Jet Williams than what Peralta has given you. And you could have dealt them for whatever. But when it comes down to it, Jet Williams is still banged up and not performing in the minors. Brandon Sproat has been a disaster. And what has Jared Kelenic been outside of a bench outfielder?
For multiple teams. And you could say the same thing, by the way, in the other way about PCA. And the Mets thought that trade was going to set them up and to win. They were going for it that year. And what happened?
I think
it didn't work.
That was the reaction of a guy who clearly knew his time was short. And
he wanted to try to win the World Series.
What else
that
they
year,
do? They also went after Stroman that year, correct? So you get Stroman, you get Baez, and I think it was Trevor Williams was the other piece in that.
Because they needed those pieces, and they thought, you know what?
And that was a guy, though, the one thing I will say, it's a disastrous trade. I think Brody thought his time was short, and if he could just keep, he was right.
He was right.
He knew the sale was coming, and he was there to have some fun, because we also don't realize the damage Brody did on a smaller level when he traded away all those farmhands for guys like Keon Broxton and Tyler Blankenhorn, and they ended up being disasters, and then you had no depth in your minors. And I'm not talking about top prospects. I'm talking about major league ready talent that could fill in for an injury.
Of course.
But that PCA deal was a disaster, but it was also a guy living on a leash, and then he let Zach Wheeler walk the whole 9 yards, whatever it was.
I appreciate how you call them farmhands. Like they're, they're farming, on some farm.
Oh, yeah.
Like they're hoeing some grass.
That's what they used to call it. You ever watch Ken Burns' baseball documentary? You dork. Actually, someone quoting a Ken Burns documentary calling someone else a dork is wild. But that's what I did yesterday. So
the Mets moved all their farmhands.
Well, my grandfather's smiling from above, hopefully clapping. 888-808-1019. If you missed the Boog Sciambi interview, you can go back on YouTube, the Odyssey app, the rewind function. I'll post it later as well. We talked to Bob Nightengale in a half hour at 4 o'clock. Do a little bit more insider breakdown as well. We'll get back to your calls, 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
The Yankees play the Cubs in the Windy City, 7:10 tonight.
Fielded by Jazz, acrobatic throw, off balance, in time.
The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan, 101.9 FM, and available en Espanol on the free Odyssey app.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve, but my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. You know, after years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. Red Pocket Mobile gives you 3 major 5G networks to choose from. Switching cities? Switch your network. That's like calling your own Audible. Visit redpocket.com to see why more Americans are switching to better wireless without paying more. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Orgavattazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council. We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Living in the city that never sleeps, you need a powerful home connection that keeps pace with your midnight grind. Keep your connection as legendary as the city itself. If you're a Verizon mobile customer, switch to Fios Home Internet and get reliable 100% fiber optic speed for just $20 a month. It's high-speed fiber dependability for less than a week of subway rides. Visit Verizon.com and switch today. Availability varies for Fios customers with AutoPay, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
Start your day with Boomer and Gio. Join the conversation weekday mornings from 6 to 10. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. I think in a few minutes the 86 Mets ceremony is starting. If you guys missed it earlier in the week, the guys had on Mookie Wilson. The Carton Show had on Mookie Wilson. It was great. I know Hoff. It's on YouTube. Both of these. Hoff had on Howard Johnson last night.
Let's go, Mets.
Let's go, Mets. I always think that's Jack Stearns, and it's, what's his name, George Santos. Anyway, Mookie was on with the guys earlier in the week on the Carton Show, and then last night, Hoff had on Howard Johnson. Those interviews can be found on YouTube, on the podcast, wherever you want to, find those conversations. We have Bob Nightengale coming up at 4 as well. And hearing that music, I went to a concert last night at the Barclays. Shout out to Andre from 94.7 The Block. Hooked it up, got us in the suite, and it was awesome. We saw J. Cole at the Barclays Center, and it was 2.5 hours. He took no breaks. He didn't bring out, he's a part of a collective called Dreamville. He brought out a couple of those guys, but nobody came out. It was just him playing his new album, but a lot of hits for 2.5 hours. It was awesome. It was a great vibe. Barclays does a great job for concerts.
Point of order. It's actually Barclays, not Barclays.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I'm just
for
saying,
that added.
Just pronounce it right.
Go get your food. God. You do one thing right with the music, and then you come in here and
you got something right. I don't want to give you. You're giving out false information. It's
Barclays.
Not Barclays. Barclays, like Charles.
Barclays.
Like Charles.
Barclays. Like Charles.
Charles Barkley.
No. That's Barkley.
That's how you pronounce it. You pronounce it as
Barclays. Nope, Barclays.
The Barclays Center.
Kick rocks, Rosenberg. Seriously. Go check the weather and who's winning the dog show this year. God, I hate you so much, dude. Go eat a cheeseless pizza, please. For the love of God. 888-808-109. It was an awesome show, though. He put out a 2-disc album, which I feel like we never get anymore. But it was a great show. The crowd was awesome. I know he's doing a bunch of shows this week. He's doing Barclays. Now he's got me. Barclays. He's doing MSG and UBS over the course of the next few days. But it was a great concert. And I told you guys I went to the Jay-Z concert a few weeks ago. And now I'm like in this concert, I'm just addicted now. I want to go to as many shows as possible. My girl, Olivia Dean, I know my fiance heard that, and she's punching the air right now. My girl, Olivia Dean's in, middle of August is at MSG. Might have to go to that, too. But it was a great show. Awesome show. And it's funny, I got into J. Cole in college. Obviously, he's a St. John's guy. We did not overlap. He was about 2 years before I got there. But, one of his albums, Forest Hills, and a lot of his music is, even though he's a North Carolina guy, ties back to Queens and New York, and very cool. And sort of a sense of pride, him being from St. John's. Also, Daryl McDaniel from Run DMC. A lot of hip-hop royalty going to St. John's. I also saw, I'm getting off track here. We're going to get to your calls, the deadline stuff, all that in a second. But I also saw a report that the St. John's men's basketball program is the most valuable men's basketball program in the country. And I don't know. I tried to verify it. It seems like it's true, but it blew my mind. And I'm assuming it has to do with playing at the Garden. But it was a crazy report. I can't envision that being true over Duke and UNC, maybe even UConn. But still, cool show last night. I think the Barclays, the Garden is the mecca, obviously, for everything. That stadium in Brooklyn, he got me thrown off now. I'm going to keep calling it the Barclays. The Barclays Center does a great job, and I think it's an awesome venue. I just wish they had a better basketball team there. The Liberty do great. The Nets, not so much. And it was funny because he was talking about the Knicks last night, and the crowd's going crazy, and there was no mention of the Nets at all. 888-808-1019. Moose in Jamaica. Let's try this again. What up, Moose? Moose!
Yes, Anthony.
What is up, Moose? What are you doing here?
Listen, what's up? My headphones are messed up right now. I don't have enough time to explain what's going on. It's kind of like what Drake said in Western Road Flows, feeling like they wanted me dead but couldn't put it together. But anyway, I first want to discuss the spoiled Yankee fans that called McMonagle and don't understand. Like, can I put this in perspective, Yankee fans? I'm talking to the minority, not the majority. The Mets are currently celebrating their 40th anniversary, right? 40th anniversary of their championship team.
Right.
We're on our 30th anniversary as Yankee fans. And we still won another 4 in between where we are today. So, like for example, I went to a bar in 2017.
Wait, Moose, I don't understand what you're saying. The 30-year anniversary of
the 96 championship.
Oh, you're not saying 30-year drought. Sorry. I kind of misunderstood that at first. I got you now.
What I'm saying is 30 years ago we won for the first time since the 70s, the 80s, whatever. I wasn't alive. But we still won another 4 between where we are today. So, and for perspective, I went to a bar, my local spot when I was living with my parents in 2017.
Right.
Talked to a Mets fan, and he's like, "I want to pour my beer on your Yankee cap," and I said, "I allow you to. I feel your pain because my mom's a Mets fan."
Wow.
Like I would have really let him just empty his beer on my Mets cap, on my Yankee cap, and put it back on because I just was feeling bad. I couldn't help it. I'm from Queens. I couldn't help it. But so Yankee fans, all the Yankee fans that say it's not good enough, try being a Mets fan.
Yeah, I listen.
They're borderline suicidal.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that, Moose. I appreciate the call, my man. I'll say this much. I, as a Met fan, laugh when I view the frustrations of Yankee fans. Not that they're frustrated they're not winning a World Series, but the way they act like the sky is always falling. And I understand the standards are different. But I do understand their frustrations. They are a upper echelon franchise. When you talk about all of sports in the world, soccer globally, and in American sports and Canadian sports, or just North American baseball, basketball, football, hockey, the Yankees are the cream of the crop. They're up there with Real Madrid. They're up there with, the Patriots or whoever you want to do. Football, it's always decades, but they are the cream of the crop. The Steelers, whoever you want to point to. In basketball, the Lakers, the Celtics, they are that gold standard. So I do get why their fans are frustrated. I do think as a Met fan, it is laughable at sometimes. I also don't think the frustrations is the problem. I think it's sometimes they're pointing to like this offseason. I thought what they did was fine. Injuries or not, I thought they still did a good job, and the injuries is what kind of held them back, and they're still on pace to win 90-plus games. But I thought running it back wasn't the wrong decision. But the Yankee fan that was only upset because they didn't get a shiny object, they didn't get a big name, they didn't get someone that they knew that was different from the year prior. That's where I laugh. Even at this deadline, if they go and make good moves, and it's not a Devers or a Goodman or a Skubal or a Mason Miller, but they make good moves, you should be happy. But the majority of Yankee fans will get frustrated if they're not the names that they had predetermined in their head that were these superstars. But it's funny because it's never going to end. It's an endless war between the Yankees and the Mets fans. But I get why Met fans find it comical. I also get Yankee fans' frustrations because just being good and great is not good enough. Winning is the goal for the Yankees. They have the most championships in American sports. That's the standard. 888-808-1019. Alex in Long Island. What up, Alex?
Hey, how are you doing, Anthony? How are you doing, Anthony?
How are you, dude?
Good. Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about, this trade deadline and how a lot of people are stressing about giving up these young prospects and everything. And I have to tell you something. I collect cards, right? And so I'll tell you something. Bowman makes all these prospect cards. And just looking at that, you have the context to get the understanding that most of these guys miss. I'll just give you some names of recent people that were can't misses. Dylan Cruz, Ethan Holiday, O'Neal Cruz. That's just three guys. Oh, all those guys can't miss. Going to be superstars. I think only one of the three of them is in the majors right now, maybe two. But the point is, I get it. We want to see George Lombard succeed here. We want to see Legrand and succeed. But let me tell you something. The focus should be on winning now. Right. The Yankees haven't won since 2009. And you know what? You don't know what these guys are going to be in the majors. We may not have a season next year. If it costs giving up one of these guys to get someone that's going to make a difference in the middle of that lineup, then that's what the Yankees need to do. And I think people need to understand and have the context, of what's going to happen with baseball, and also what the real scope or potential is of these prospects to make it. We always say can't miss. And you know what? It's really more the fact that must miss. I mean, most of these guys are not going to be.
They're lottery tickets. And I also think, Alex, to your point, I think we also lose the plot a little bit. that we project. You never project the fans. I'm not talking about the overall scouts and the insiders. We never just project a guy to be a good big leaguer. It's always he's either a superstar or we don't talk about him. I do think we missed the plot that, like, let's say Spencer Jones is a solid player. 20 homers, 75 RBIs, has like a 250 average, 800 OPS. We will. He will be viewed fine, but we will never view that as success. It's always this guy's either going to be the greatest thing ever or he's not going to succeed. There has to be some in between, but I get it. You also don't want to just give these guys up, but you also have to take a chance, and in taking a chance means you have to give something to get something. Right. And that is the point.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this, to be honest with you, Anthony, is gamesmanship by these teams, right? For a lot of different reasons, for trade purposes and dealing, and then also maybe for fans, right? To get people excited when they come up, to sell jerseys, to get people engaged in, what potentially these guys could be. And I think a lot of it, even the teams recognize, is not realistic. So I hope that the Yankees are dealing from the perspective of wanting to win baseball games, right? And are willing to kind of, give up on this, hey, it's a lottery ticket and the like, and let a team that isn't right there to potentially win this year, let them take the lottery ticket, right? It makes sense for them. They're not going to win this year either way. So if they get something special, great, it works out for them. But the Yankees should be very focused on winning, trying to win, or put themselves in the best position to win this year. And if that's what it costs to give one of these guys up, and that includes a Spencer Jones and a Dominguez, who, as we can see, neither of them have either, kind of gotten close to where they were meant to be. They were also, the Martian and, the new Aaron Judge, or whatever, the Aaron Judge from the left side, right? I mean, this is the same type of thing, and we're seeing it right in front of our faces. So it only makes sense for the Yankees to be very, very practical here, right? Given, again, what the state of baseball is and where it's going. So I'm hoping they have that mindset and hope that fans are willing to accept that. If you can get a C.J. Abrams in here or, Rafael Devers, although I prefer C.J. Abrams, or Luis Ariz, who that's the kind of player we need, yeah, let's go for it, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Let's try to win this year.
Take a chance. Go for it. I'm not saying just give it up to give it up. And, man, it is a poor showing at Citi Field for this ceremony, which is not shocking, not just because of the way the teams played, but and we'll get into it a little later. Rosenberg is 1 year old when the Mets won that 86 World Series. I never saw them play. And every year, that fandom fades a little bit more of the people who actually got to appreciate this team. I appreciate this team, but as like history, knowing your history. But there are 20-year-olds, 18-year-olds that the same amount of time between my life and this World Series was my life in the 69 World Series. So just a bit different. Also, Rosenberg getting cooked in the chat right now. No one has ever heard it called the Barclay Center. The Barclay Center.
They're all wrong, and I love the chat on YouTube. But
you're not winning this one.
It's Barclays Bank. It's common knowledge.
Barclays.
It's Barclays Bank.
No, it's not.
It is. And by the way, that generation that you were talking about, which is the 20 years ago thing, their generation dealt with David Wright, Jose Reyes, and that mid 2000s team. Because they're now all, if they were born mid-2000s, they kind of just missed that. And now you go back and what do they remember? 2015.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, no, it's the truth. For what 86 was to us, some people that was 98. And they didn't win anything, but I'm saying like that, you have to think about the age difference. And I think it's tough to, one, the team is a disaster. And also, they're a disaster, and it was just like people were shocked that Doc and Darryl didn't have it wasn't the same level. And it's not that there's not excitement there, but you also have to, they're doing a great job. I'm not trying to knock the ceremony, but there's also a level of, there is a disconnect now where this team has become folklore. It is, and they should be celebrated. This is also in the last 20 years, the third celebration we've had of this?
Yeah.
Because they did it 06, obviously 16, and then this year.
And to Steve Cohen's credit, he's trying to
He's
He's trying to build that up. Last year, or was it last year or 2 years ago? David Wright retirement ceremony, all that stuff. I was there for that. And for that was me. Because the 86 team, they won. But again, like you said, I have no connection to that team.
Right.
It's not that I don't care about that team, but I don't care. I don't care. I care about David Wright, Jose Reyes, Mike Piazza, Tsuyoshi Shinjo, Butch Husky, Bernard Gilkey. Those are the Mets players I care about. I'm sorry, Mookie Wilson
perfect example.
Darryl and Doc, they don't do it for me.
It's even a smaller gap for me, but and they didn't win. But even like the 90s Knicks, it was always tough to I love these guys. I didn't get to appreciate them.
They always lost.
Okay, relax, Bulls fan. But I didn't get to appreciate them, and then there's the teams you gravitate to. We're going to get older, and that 06 team, they didn't win, but we're going to feel like we never see the Mets get close again, but this is going to feel like, one of the greatest teams we've ever gotten to watch, and that's like the team we attach to. And I think people that are ripping the fans for not going, and the franchise is really to blame because they've been so bad. But the people ripping the fans, that's so short-sighted. One, it costs money to go to these games.
That I agree with.
Two, why are you going to a game? The main goal is you're going to the game to watch the game. You have nothing to watch. And then you're going to watch a team that you may not have any tie to. I agree with that. I think you're right. This is the team, I would say, if you were going to rank a Mount Rushmore of greatest New York City teams, this is up there.
The 86 team absolutely is up there. I just don't have a connection to that. And to your point, I tried to help my aunt who bought 8 tickets to Tuesday night's game, which then got rained out.
You invited me.
I tried to sell that for the Wednesday night game because that was the split doubleheader. I think she paid like $16 or $17 for it. I started it there at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I ended up selling the tickets for $3 each. $3 I sold them for. So again, it does cost money to go to these games. If Steve Cohen and whomever are angry with the attendance, make the game free and people will show up. I promise you.
I see people are ripping the franchise, which I think is fine. But then I see people also ripping like Met fans for not being there to celebrate this. And it's like a lot of us.
Frankly, the Mets don't deserve our attendance right now. They don't deserve the attendance. They don't deserve our money. Does the 86 team deserve it?
Now tell me, if I was off today, I probably would have went to this.
No, the 86 team doesn't deserve it, but you know what? That's, it's collateral damage. I'm sorry. You associate with this franchise which has drained the heart and soul and energy of their fan base. This is what happens.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Listen, you're right. Steve Cohen is trying. He is trying. I get that. But the notion that Met fans are somehow not faithful or disrespect, it's not this team's fault. It's not the 86 team's fault that people did not show up in droves.
No, of course not. No, it's the franchise. It's the fault of the franchise. And you said the 2006 team. For me, it's going to be the 2015 team because that's the closest we've come.
Well, I got to a World Series, correct.
You're getting to that World Series and the Matt Harvey situation, Terry, and all of that stuff. That for me is I
just think that 06 team was the best Mets team we've had since probably 86. I truly believe that. I know they didn't get to the World Series and they ended up blowing it. Thank you, Aaron Heilman, and that cab driver with Buenos Sanchez. But I truly believe that. And it's tough. Met fans are getting so much flack for things that are not their fault. Last year, they showed up in record attendance and got rewarded with one of the worst collapses besides 08 and 07. And then this team is amazing. But also, Rosenberg, you were one. I wasn't my sister was one.
Right.
I wasn't born until 91. And I'm 34.
You have no connection to the 86 team. I'm sorry.
And
besides, ESPN 30 for 30.
No. I know I've read the books. I've read 2 books on them. I've watched all the documentaries. I have the VHS tape with the Wild Boys, all that stuff. And I've idolized this team. But also at some point, there needs to be, and I see people ripping me in the chat because, God forbid, we hold teams accountable. Go lick a boot then, if that's what you want to do. God forbid, we hold teams accountable. And it's all good to hold a team accountable, and then when you do, you get called a Yankee fan. It sucks, but also, I want a winner. You know what was great about this year with the Knicks? They won the title. I have a team that I could gravitate to. And I don't have to hear about John Starks. And this is not a criticism of those teams. But it's now we don't have to only hear about the teams of yesteryear that maybe fell short. And as a Met fan, I understand why the fan is not here today.
Right. And mind you, by the way, This is the same franchise that when Shea Stadium closed, decided to have the ceremony
after the game. After the game. Howard Johnson was crying walking from the bullpen. I was sobbing.
It was awful. I was at that game. Obviously, the Marlins, I was there. People around me were in tears, and it wasn't because they were sad that the Our Dump Shea Stadium was closing.
It was Our Dump, though.
It was Our Dump. You're right. I just said it was Our Dump that it was closing. No, they were sad that this team blew it yet again, and we had to sit through Mike Piazza and Tom Seaver walking from center field.
It is the darkest. People are saying I don't care about the history. You're intentionally missing the argument. You are. I was there in 16 when they celebrated this team. I begged my parents to take me in 06, but I wasn't allowed. I didn't pay for tickets back then because I was a freshman in high school.
People are angry at Mets fans.
I'm
for
getting
not going?
destroyed in the YouTube chat right now. I'm getting called a fake fan. What are you guys doing? You're on YouTube right now. You're not there.
Yeah, I don't. This doesn't matter.
Being selfish. It's so funny, too. I love to hear the older fan who got to watch this team win a World Series tell me I'm selfish. Just like the guys here, all the older guys who worked here before the Knicks won a title, how I had to, the only thing, every Knicks team that was good, and this team included until they won a title, had to get compared to the 90s. And at some point, you almost this is not the same with this team, with the Mets, because I do love this team, and my favorite book I ever read was The Year the Bad Guys Won.
Sure.
And the most watched VHS I have is that 86 championship VHS. But it's comical to say that I need to go fork up money, and Met fans need to go fork up money because they're celebrating this team when the team is not giving you anything.
Exactly. And need I remind people who are angry at Anthony in the YouTube chat, this is a lot about tradition.
Wow, and don't do this because you stole this line.
And what is tradition? It is peer pressure from dead people. That's all this is about. Is this is fine, and I hope they bring the same energy at Yankees Old Timers Day if nobody shows up either. And I'm sure people are going to show up. They always do.
They do, but also that's the thing is too. Old Timers Day is different. Like I also think that's something that should happen like every 4 or 5 years because how many times can you trot the same guys out? I was there in 2022 when they did it. It was awesome when the Mets did it.
It was new.
Awesome.
It was new. That's why.
And but don't kill the special. Nature of it. And you can care about a team's history, but also hold them accountable. Sorry, I got to hear Joe B cry about not seeing the Mets win a World Series. He saw 2 World Series. I love Joe B. I got to hear about my parents tell me how tortured they are as Met fans. They saw 2 World Series. I've seen nothing. I got to reminisce about a team that got hot because a guy cried on trading deadline day. And the best team that lost in the NLCS and then choked away the next 2 years. That's my memories. The 2000 World Series where they never had a shot. They did, but they lost in 5 games. I don't want to hear about it. Pipe down. All right? You go. You're the ones talking on the chat. Why aren't you at Citi Field? 888-808-1019. Bob Nightengale's coming up next. We're going to talk the deadline. We're going to get into all of this. Mets, Yankees. We'll talk a little bit more on a national scale as well. Is Lindor on the move? Are the Yankees going after a big bat, a big bullpen piece? We'll get all that from the great Bob Nightengale after this. 888-808-1019.
It's The Carton Show with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle. Afternoons 2 to 7 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
The dude has done nothing but win. And to have him come in off of the lousy coaching this team has had for a decade and say there shouldn't be any expectation of anything better, forget all his winning, forget his culture building, forget all of that. He's blown leads in the fourth quarter just like Dable did, I think is a short-sighted argument.
Get The Carton Show on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the free Odyssey app.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. An official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. My home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve, but my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk sports with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle on The Carton Show. Afternoons from 2 to 7 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo back on the Fan. We'll get back to your calls in a moment. But first, we're going to get down to a little deadline day preview, even though the Yankees have made a move, Duvall to the Pirates for 2 prospects. And we're joined now by the great MLB Insider from Odyssey, Bob Nightengale. Insider calls are presented by Grainger with professional-grade products for every industry. Grainger has you covered. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. Bob, thanks for joining us. I know we got an active deadline ahead of us. Hopefully, I want to start first with the Yankees move that they made with Duvall. Do you believe that is them stocking up on assets, or is that just a clearer 40-man spot for what is to come?
I think a little both. Clear 40-man spot, and also they can use one of those assets to go get some bullpen help that they need. So, yeah, I mean, the catcher's like the 17th best prospect for the Pirates. So at least, grab some pieces. You can throw them in some other deal. So
is what you're hearing that they are going to chase bullpen first and maybe secondary a catcher, outfielder, corner, or left side of the infield, or is it a little bit of both right now?
It's kind of both. Whatever comes first. I mean, they badly need another bullpen arm. They're not getting Mason Miller. He's not going anywhere. But they need a arm back there. They also need some offensive help. So I think they're scouring the market everywhere. I know they're watching the Mets closely. See if Weaver's available. So yeah, they're all over the place.
So you think there's the potential, obviously, we in this market, we always believe that they won't make a trade, but you believe there's a chance that the Mets and the Yankees maybe find common ground for a Weaver or maybe an ancillary piece like a Taylor or a Torrens?
Yeah, no, definitely. Not like they're in the same league, same city, but the Mets aren't going anywhere. The Yankees are, trying to get back to that World Series. So yeah, there's no stopping those two, and the GMs get along, and that's the big thing.
So, obviously, you mentioned Mason Miller's not going anywhere, and I know the Padres, it seems, have turned into more standing pat and trying to compete. Is there the potential that maybe Manny Machado still gets moved, or you don't see that either?
No, the contract's unmovable. And they'll like to trade that contract or trade someone's contract, but his unmovable, so is Tatis, so is Alexander Bogaerts.
Bogaerts.
I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do in the future, but yeah, nobody would touch those contracts.
Do you think that the Yankees are? I heard obviously they're in on Hunter Goodman. I don't know if if the Rockies are even willing to move him. But we've also heard them linked to players like on the Giants with Luis Ariz and Devers. Is that something you think they are truly going to do, or is that just more setting the fans up for a letdown in this market?
I just think Hunter Goodman's going to be very expensive. I mean, you got 3 more years of control. The guy's a better player away from Coors Field than he is there. Defense has got some problems, but I just don't think they're going to throw all their assets for a guy like Hunter Goodman. I really don't. And Ariz is available, and Tampa's all in on him. He definitely wants to play second base, so you'd have to move
Jazz.
Chisholm over to third base and do that. So he's definitely available. I think Devers is another guy with that contract. No one's going to touch that contract. That contract's kind of immovable right now as well.
We're talking to Odyssey MLB Insider Bob Nightengale. Insider calls are brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. I want to pivot to the Mets because they have, on a negative side of it, they are looking to, offload a lot, what seems to be a lot of pieces. Let's start with the big one. Obviously, the rumors are that the Mets want a top 100 prospect and more for Freddie Peralta. Do you view that as a realistic package that they could get for him, or are they just, playing the market a little bit here?
I think playing the market, it's going to be tough to get a top 100 prospect for Peralta. He's not the same guy. He's barely goes over 5 innings. I know some people are saying, well, maybe he'll be much better away from New York. That's possible, particularly a team like Milwaukee, who knows them, or the Cubs, the NL Central. But, yeah, I don't think anyone's going to give a top 100 prospect because that means that would be the team's, number 1 or 2 prospect, and I'm not sure they would do that.
And when it comes to Clay Holmes, is that something that they're just going to take what they can get, or is he someone that has a little bit – I know he's rehabbing, and the thought is he's supposed to pitch tomorrow in Brooklyn. I would assume that he's going to get scratched from that start. But is that someone you think that holds a lot of value, or they would just get what they can get for a Clay Holmes?
I think he would have decent value. The beauty about him is he can go back in the bullpen, too, if you need. Say you need him now for the rotation – then later on the bullpen, say like a Philadelphia Phillies, I'm not saying they trade him to the Phillies, but that's what the Phillies would do because they already have 3 top starters. So I still think he kind of needs to pitch in Brooklyn just so people can see that he's healthy. I think that's a big thing now. The last thing you want to do is trade for a guy and then he's not quite ready. So I realize he's pitching in Brooklyn, so at least they can keep him on. Whoever team gets him can keep him on the injury list. For a couple more starts.
Right. Okay. All right. That's a fair point. And then when it comes to, I know, we talked about the contracts before we get to the elephant in the room for the Mets. When it comes to these lesser contracts like a Luis Robert, a Polanco, a Minaya, obviously they're under contract for another year. Is it possible any of them get moved, or are they just with the output that they've put out this year, are they just not attractive at all to any of these teams across the league?
No, there's very little attraction. Flanco a little bit. I mean, Robert, they took the gamble thinking he could stay healthy. It's the same thing the last 5 years. That's why I think they were shocked that the White Sox even picked up his option and they were able to move him. And now, talking about a guy making $20 million, you'd have to eat almost all of the thing just to be able to move him for someone else to take the gamble. But just, too injury prone to help out a contender.
And when it comes to, and I feel like I know the answer on this one too, Bo Bichette is probably not going anywhere, or is there any hope that the Mets maybe are able to move him as well, or is that option just too scary for teams to gamble with?
Yeah, I think the option's too scary. I mean, I don't know. It'd be more scary that he opts in or opts out. He hasn't had a good year. People aren't sure. I mean, no one's saying he's a $42 million player. That's for sure. So, I think people stay away from him. Then let him make the decision in the off season whether he wants to take that big gamble or not to walk away from that kind of money. He might get more overall, but certainly no one's going to give him $42 million a year.
And we've heard a lot around the Lindor situation, and the room, it changes every day, it feels like, when it comes to Lindor, whether he's available, whether he wants out. What are you hearing around that? Even if he's not traded, is that something that maybe in the offseason comes to light? Obviously, we have the uncertainty of next season, but what are you hearing on the Francisco Lindor front?
Yeah, I think it's an off-season thing. Just so much money, Anthony, that, I'm not sure anybody's going to touch that now. But in the off-season, it's like, okay, now you can work around there and see if you move some other parts to make it work, or dump off some contracts of your own. So I certainly see an off-season trade, but I don't see it now.
And last one for me, obviously every trade deadline, it feels like going in, there's more excitement than what actually takes place. Is there any, obviously we talked about the bigger contracts. Do you see any flashy moves happening this deadline, or are we in for another, I guess disappointing trade deadline from a fan perspective as we approach Monday at 6 o'clock?
Yeah, I think a lot of volume. I think last year we had like 60-some trades. So, but yeah, I mean, star-studded trades, I'm not sure we're going to, see that. If Hunter Green got traded from Cincinnati, he's a star, or O'Neal Cruz. Otherwise, it's pretty much the Skubal sweepstakes. All people are waiting for is that big move. We'll see a lot of smaller ones with the relief pitchers and stuff like that, or, some bats. But, Skubal's a huge headliner. There's really nothing even close.
So, before I let you go, where do you see Tariq Skubal ending up if you had to make your best guess?
I still think the Dodgers. I think if the Dodgers had the druthers, they would, wish the Tigers would not trade him. But the fact he's out there, it's almost like say, you know what, we don't want to face the guy in the playoffs. We certainly want him with Mizorowski in Milwaukee.
Right.
As a 1-2 punch. So that's what I think they're going to trade for him. And let's be honest. I mean, they don't know whether Shohei Ohtani, when he comes back, what he's going to look like, or anything like that. And then all you got is a Yamamoto. Snell's only pitched 3 innings all year.
Right.
They're talking about bringing. Glass now hasn't pitched since May. I just think they have way too many question marks just to stay away from Skubal.
Bob, thanks so much for the time. I appreciate it.
Sure, my pleasure. Take care.
That was Odyssey MLB Insider Bob Nightengale, brought to you by Grainger, with professional grade products for every industry. Grainger has you covered. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. So Bob Nightengale, locked in on the deadline. I think that, again, it does not mean the Yankees are not going to have a awesome deadline or something that's going to help them win. I do believe that Yankee fans will not be happy because maybe the star, or the shiny object as I like to call it, won't be there. And as far as the Mets, I do think, listen, there's two ways about this. And they need to sell off pieces. I do not think the future is absolutely dark. Like, I don't think it's absolutely, they're just barren. But they need to sell off some guys. And then when you look at where they're building, and this is me, somebody speaking as, we heard Bob talk about it. He doesn't think Lindor is going anywhere. If he does, it's the offseason. But the way I view it is you have your two stars in Lindor and Soto. You have Benj and Ewing. You have McLean, Thornton, and Christian Scott, and you build with that. I do think that is a service, and you're going to have to, let's just pencil, I'm not saying this is a good thing, but let's pencil in Marcus Semien to be there next year because there's no way they could trade him. If you can't trade somebody more valuable than that, how are you going to trade him? But they need to cut bait for the rest of the season, pick up whatever assets they could pick up on from a Peralta, from a Taylor, a Torrens, a Brooks Raley type, and build for the future. But also, maybe there's a chance they make a move that, yes, is not a prospect move. Maybe they make a move for a guy under control. That can help them next year. I'm not going to say they're going to make a move for George Kirby, but let's say they decided to go after a Kirby and they tell themselves, listen, we're done this year, but we could pick up a starting pitcher, and now we're going into a 2027 season with a guy under control for the next 2 years. I think he's not a free agent until 2029. And you're able to now have McLean, Kirby, Scott, and Thornton at the top of that rotation. I don't know if Kirby's going to cost, a ton of prospect capital. Maybe there is a top 10 prospect that you have to give up and then piece together as you go there. Obviously, I'm just, spitballing right now. So I don't think it necessarily has to be just them looking to rebuild. Maybe they do make a move with the thoughts. We saw it a lot in the NBA this year where teams made moves with next year in mind, and it wasn't for young pieces or draft picks. But the Mets need to cut bait with guys like Peralta. I wish they could cut bait with a Luis Robert or a Polanco or a Sean Manaea or a Bo Bichette, and then start clean next year with that core that I mentioned: Soto, Lindor, McLean, Ewing, Benj, Thornton, Scott. And you're putting a lot of stock into young players, but it's not all dark. I am not confident the Mets are going to be a good team next year, but it isn't all dark. But they do have to make moves. And Met fans that are afraid of losing a trade, you already lost. The season is gone. Holding on to someone like Peralta for no reason, holding on to someone like Brooks Raley for no reason is a losing strategy. If all you could get is what's being offered, you take it. Because what do you get from losing them for nothing? You get nothing for it. Are Brooks Raley and Freddie Peralta going to add so much to the last 2 months of this season that you need to hold on to them? No. If you could get rid of Taylor and Torrens, I don't want to get rid of both Torrens and Alvarez. And I don't think they're going to get much for Alvarez. And Torrens, obviously, they probably view as less of a risk of trading because he is an older player. He is what they view as a backup. And Alvarez, they probably hope that his ceiling is still a possibility. But I don't know how you can view certain pieces and just hold on to them for the sake of it. I want to hold out hope, and I want to compete next year. Like, I think you could rebuild and also in the 3 wildcard team era still try to compete. It doesn't mean you're going to make it, but they could be an over 500 team next year. But that's also something that has to come with making the right moves. Holding on to Freddie Peralta and pieces like that are not going to be here next year is not the move. They already got rid of Minter. They got rid of David Peterson. You got to hope. If you're not going to get a top 100 prospect for Peralta, what does it matter if you hold on to him? That's not helping you. Take what you can get. If it's a bag of balls, it's better than not having the bag of balls. I know a lot of you don't see it that way, but that's how it works. He's not coming back next year, and we shouldn't want him back. Clay Holmes, I would love to keep. I also think there's a possibility of trading Clay Holmes and re-signing him next year. If he truly wants to be here, but he wants to pitch with some intensity surrounded around the games, he could go elsewhere. We've seen it happen with other teams. We've seen it happen with Chapman and the Yankees. We've seen it happen across all of sports. So why not with Clay Holmes? He's been here for a while. If they keep him, I'm also going to be okay with it. Because I think there's a real possibility he's back next year. I don't think Brooks Raley or Freddie Peralta are going to be back next year. I also would be okay if the one thing we have to completely rebuild is the bullpen. I'd rather live with that, because what is having a great bullpen if you never have a lead? So why do we need both Luke Weaver and Devin Williams? You have to build this thing, and it's time to rip the Band-Aid off. 888-808-1019. Richie in Queens. What's going on, Richie?
Anthony, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, dude?
All right. Yeah, you bring up some good points. With the Mets, I've been screaming all year, like, what's the plan? It's been an absolute disaster. Nobody could have figured 5 years ago they'd be in the shape. We're getting Cohen, obviously, spending the money, and now it's a crapshoot. Who would have thought, really, when you think about it, Anthony, who would have thought that Peterson, Senga, and Minaya would be in the shape that they were? So I can't blame the management for that. I do think there is a base there. Prospects are meaningless to me. 10% of them work out. When I think of the prospects, I think the Giants got, my team is the Giants. We got Tidwell, we got Gilbert. Gilbert's a borderline major leaguer.
Right.
Tidwell's in the minors. Then you think about Mauricio, then you think about Volpe, and then you think about Spencer Jones. Yeah, I mean, to say that this team's going to build and get prospects, and then we're going to get the top, free agents. So I don't know. They could change. Look at the White Sox. Last year they were terrible. Lost 100 and whatever games, and now they're at least just got a shot for a wild card.
Right.
But it's just incredible what has happened here. And as far as the Yankees, real quick, my team is giving up. I think Arias is going to go. Could he fit with the Yankees? Absolutely. I think he's a contact hitter. He could be a plus. He's been a plus second baseman. Do you put Jazz at third base, or do you just get rid of Jazz? Do you get Devers? Devers has been on the tear, and he's been a disappointment for me.
Well, I think Devers is still a great upgrade, whether he's had a completely full great season or not. I think Devers would be a great upgrade, Richie, and it's tough. I don't know if there is. You just heard Bob Nightengale say that teams are going to be afraid of trading for these big contracts. I'm curious to see if that holds true, or if somebody takes a flyer and I spoke to Boog Shambi in the 3 o'clock hour, and he said he thinks there are teams, the Yankees, the Dodgers, maybe the Cubs, these bigger market teams that may be willing to absorb these bigger contracts. But I also don't know if now I'm starting to be less confident that any of these big names outside of Skubal are actually going to be moved. But the Yankees could still get better if they don't move it. The Mets could still get something for their assets. If anything, if Skubal gets traded for a crazy amount, maybe it helps the value of a Clay Holmes, of a Freddie Peralta. But the one thing is, we've heard it from multiple people, and Bob also said it, that it feels like the Padres are not moving anybody. The Machado contract's unmovable. The Bogarts contract is even more unmovable because he hasn't been good outside of 2 years. Machado's at least a future Hall of Famer. And Mason Miller isn't going anywhere, which I never truly thought the Padres were going to deal him, but Yankee fans, wanted to believe that he would. Mike in the Poconos. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, what's going on? So I want to talk about Yankees possible getting Mike Trout.
Okay.
Basically, Yankees would get Trout, and the Angels would absorb some of the contract from this year. The Yankees would send Jasson Dominguez, Volpe, and 2 prospects. Now, next year, Goldschmidt and Grisham are free agents. That drops $26 million off the Yankees cap. So that would free up off of Trout's contract 37. That would give Trout for $10 million next year, which would make sense.
Right, but the other thing is, and I think the Trout stuff makes a lot of sense for the Yankees, and honestly, I do think that makes a lot of sense for the Angels, but it does feel like Mike Trout does not want to go anywhere. Like, I do not think Mike Trout is getting traded, and if he does, it's certainly not this year. Like, I'm not saying you're out of your mind for what you're thinking, and it's a logical way to get to that point, Mike, and I appreciate the call. He's not going anywhere, and I do think that it sucks that there is this level of he's got to go chase a ring, which I understand, but also to another level, I understand the loyalty of wanting to stay in one place. Like, I just, he's not, I don't think Mike Trout is ever getting traded, and I certainly don't think it's happening Monday. And I'm sorry, Yankee fans. I think there's a chance that they could go after, a Devers. I think there's a chance they could go after, a bigger bat like that. Sure. I don't think Mike Trout is that guy. And I truly, and to his credit, and I think that we've lost this, and we've cried so much about free agency, we lost the respect for someone wanting to play their whole career in one place. Now I'm seeing in the NBA, people are demanding that Steph Curry search for a deal elsewhere so he could chase another ring. How about he just stays his entire career with the Warriors, and we talk about how awesome that we got that? I'm sorry. Like, and your logic to get to make the Trout trade work is not where this goes wrong. It is where the team that's trading him has to agree, and Mike Trout has to agree. And I don't think Mike Trout wants to go anywhere. And also, listen, Anaheim is not L.A. One, the Dodgers are a vastly superior franchise to the Angels, but it's also not, if he loves that lifestyle, it's also not, he can live in L.A. I'm sure he lives in L.A. Even if he lives in Anaheim, it's not the worst place in the world to live. I'm sorry, it's not. The stadium sucks. I went out there a few years ago. The Mets played the Dodgers, Padres, and Angels in a week, and we went out and did a game in each stadium. And the Dodger Stadium was awesome, historically awesome, like the nostalgia, all that. And then the Padres Stadium was maybe the best stadium I've ever been in sports. I haven't been to a ton, but that might have been the best one. And then Anaheim felt outdated and old. And I don't even know how old it actually is. It just didn't feel great. Radiant Valorant says that if you're going to watch a Brooklyn Cycles game, there's a pizzeria that sells Sicilian that is so delicious that you would think you've never had a Sicilian slice before. I need to know what place that is. I also know Totono's is out there in Coney Island, which is one of the best. I know they've been struggling the last few years. I think it is one of the best pies you can get in all of the universe. That's also an underrated experience. I think that the Cyclones and what the Staten Island Yankees old stadium is, I forget what it is now. I think it's Richmond County Stadium. Two of the best views in sports. The Staten Island minor league stadium, you get the entire skyline in it and the water. It's beautiful. And in Coney Island, you get the water plus all of the historic views and the rides in the background. If you're a hitter and you can hit in Brooklyn, I give you more kudos, because with the roller coaster and the lights going off in center field, it's got to be tough with that distraction there. But it is one of my favorite places, just in general, but to go see a game. But I, grew up over there. I love it. As someone's talking about Spumoni Gardens in there, I would crush some Spumoni Gardens right now. Also, somebody says Trout is a South Jersey guy. Again, that doesn't matter, though. Sure, this is home. He also has spent a decade in California. His family probably lives there. I'm sure he's got a place. What is he, from Brick or Wall, New Jersey? I'm sure he's got a place there too. But I don't think that's factoring into why he might want to stay with the Angels. Some guys are just loyal like that. 888-808-1019. We'll get back into this entire conversation. If you missed the Bob Nightengale conversation, hit the Odyssey app, the rewind function. Go on YouTube. It'll be there. And the Boog Shambi conversation from last hour as well. We'll get back into the conversation. Mets, Yankees, what do you want to see these teams do, respectively? Is there a way that the Mets can rebuild but also potentially add pieces for next year as well? We'll get into that. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
Your NFL destination station is The Fan.
Which Geno are we going to get? We're going to get the distracted one with all the stuff off the field. We're going to get the one that was, pretty decent back in Seattle a couple years ago. I don't think you'll get the one that you saw last year.
NFL MVP Boomer Esiason and Giants legend Tiki Barber hit you with the most informed opinions, taking you inside the team facility and inside the huddle like no one else can.
I hope that John Harbaugh goes hard as hell on these guys so that they're prepared for what the regular season in the
NFL is. The greats talk shop with you here all season long on your home for everything NFL. 101.9 FM WFAN.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve, but my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. After years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. With Red Pocket Mobile, you lock in your rate and you keep it. No price creep, no sudden jumps, just straightforward pricing and premium 5G plans starting at $10 a month. Visit redpocket.com to see why more Americans are switching to better wireless without paying more. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Oh, hey, how was your vacation on MSC Cruises?
It wasn't just a vacation. It was a... holiday.
What's the difference?
It's a... holiday. Because there's European style and American comfort.
Does that happen every time you say that?
I don't know. But on... holiday. There's fresh made pasta, and you can cheer on your favorite team at the sports bar.
No, I want to go on.
For a limited time, get up to 30% off cruises, plus get up to $500 onboard credit and kids sail free. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Allstate is Metro New York's trusted auto insurer, protecting cars across the tri-state area. We're by your side when you need us most, providing you with affordable auto coverage you can rely on. So, switch to Allstate today, and you could save an average of $713 on auto insurance. You're in good hands with Allstate. Based on the national average annual savings for new customers surveyed in 2024, savings vary, subject to terms and availability.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Everybody loves a win. And with the New Jersey Lottery, the next winner could be you. Play today at a New Jersey Lottery retailer near you, because anything can happen in Jersey.
Orgavadazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to cars4kids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The conversation never stops on The Carton Show. Join Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle weekdays from 2 to 7. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo back on the fan. 888-808-1019. DJ Paulie Rosenberg on the other side. Oh, look at that. A little production there from him. When he's not stuffing his face with 9. Paulie's a big, there's always, hot to cold food or cold to hot food. Rosenberg is like sweets to savory food, to sweets to savory food, coffee mixed in between all of it. So he's always got the sweets, I'll tell you that much. Genius, Paul Rosenberg. I regret saying that to this day. But Paul Rosenberg is our Josh Hart at the station. Another thing I regret saying to this day. 888-808-1019. Can you play the breaking news sounder just for this iteration of my show for today, just in case any Mets or Yankees trade deadline news breaks? If you hear that sound, it does not mean an NFL team. The Jets and the Giants are not on the clock, but the Mets and the Yankees might be. So stay tuned. Obviously, we had the one move. Camilo Duvall traded to the Pirates for 2 prospects. One of them was a 17th overall prospect catcher from them as well. Our guy Al Cintron out at Citi Field right now, doing a great job grabbing content. He was there for the ceremony. He may call in to, set the scene of what feels like a very depressing scene at Citi Field.
Depressing for sure. And just some breaking news from the NBA world and from the Knicks. Jeremy Sochan will not be returning to the Knicks.
Oh, man.
He is signing a 1-year deal with the Portland Trailblazers.
Wow. Knicks legend in the rafters, in history forever. He had those... to be fair, there were a couple of minutes where he, played pretty well.
Oh, his name immediately means more than Patrick Ewing.
Oh, my God. This is why I don't want you to turn your mic on. This is why, because you say stuff like that. And then I want to jump out this window 10 floors up and go head first into the concrete. Man, you can't help yourself. You can't help yourself.
I said nothing that was untrue.
We need to go back to the days where the only time the board up put their mics on is when Tony played Teddy Pendergrass out of the second break, and he asked you how your night were, and you tried to get as many words in as possible before he moved on. Shout out to great Tony Page. Love Tony. First time I ever did a shift, board shift, I was so petrified. And, Tony would do the Alicia Keys, da-da-da-da. And he's like, let's get this sports talk party started right about now. And you hit the open, and I didn't hit the open. And it came off comically, so it worked. But Tony was like, I guess not. And then, I'm sitting there, and I'm like, I'm getting fired. This is it. I'm done.
That's not as bad as, fumbling a Steve Summers cue, though. So that's...
Which everyone does. It's a part of it. Steve is like boot camp. Love Steve. Steve is the man. Steve, now I've built this relationship with Steve where every Tuesday or Monday, whatever day he's in to do the podcast,
Me here, you there on any podcast platform.
Yes. One more time?
Me here, you there.
Check it out. Great podcast. Steve is the man. Still kicking, still smoking cigs around the building. But this man, every time I see him now, Anthony, I saw Odyssey. It was very good. Very long. Steve, a big horror movie fan. So breaking down horror movies with him. Incredible. Me and Hoff have a blast with that. But yeah, Tony Page. But we need to shut your mic off, And Steve needs to, he needs to reel it in with you. You're too much with him. 888-808-1019. He gives you too much power. Damian in St. James. What's going on, Damian?
Gallo.
What's up, dude?
So I want to give you a good pizza recommendation. And top 10 pies in the city to me is a place called Lee's Tavern, which is like a town bar.
Dude, come on, I've been there. Dude, my barber's right over there. And it's also, I'm going to tell you something right now, and I think it's the best pizza in Staten Island. It's a bar pie. It's a little different.
Oh, yeah, hands down.
I think it's the best pizza in Staten Island. There's a ton. We're in New York. You could throw a rock and hit a good pizzeria. It was my favorite by far. But yes, I go to Untouchable Cuts. Right over there, those guys are awesome. And depending on how late in the day I get my hair cut, I stop at Lee's.
Nice. So I'm a more like practical Yankee fan in terms of the trade deadline.
Right.
I really think that the Yankees should deal with Seattle. I like Emerson Hancock because he's got a good ERA, 3, I guess, this year, but he's controllable till 2030. And
but are you putting him in the bullpen?
You could use him in the bullpen. You can use him as a back end of the rotation guy. You know what I mean? If needed. So I think he's versatile, and I like the control if he works out, and it won't cost a lot. And I watch a lot of minor league baseball lately, and I've been watching their team, the Aqua Sox.
Nice.
So there's a guy named Carlos Jimenez who's a good center fielder. If you look at his numbers, and he's played, a cup of coffee in the majors, but he's been down there. You can just get someone like that as a utility guy. And they're looking for a bat. You can wind up giving them someone like Dominguez or somebody on the team that.
Maybe. I mean, it's a fair thought. I don't know if the Yankees are chasing a starting pitcher right now. I don't. So I they have to get a bullpen arm. They have to get a bat. I think more than anything, they have to get a bat. I'll tell you this much. We see it a lot in football. I'm going off on a tangent here. My brain is going a million different ways. These 86 unis with the stripe down the arms and the sides, they got to work these into the rotation more. We see it in football a lot. The Broncos do it. The Giants do it. The Eagles do it. The Jets have done it a little bit. The Bills have done it where they work infrequently these throwbacks. Some of them are the team's actual jerseys now. I like these. I know it's hit or miss. I love the jersey with the stripe on it. We got to work them in there. Even if it's like one Sunday a month, one home Sunday a month. The second Sunday home game of the month is 86 throwback jersey night. I don't know why I just did like a 80s rock station voice, but that's what we got out of that one. Mitchell in Fort Lee, what's going on, Mitch?
Hey, Mr. Gallo, how are you? First of all, you're talking about sports, about, championships and everything. I've seen every championship in New York sports except for one, the Jets, and I don't think that's ever going to happen, but we'll leave it there. Now we get to the big question, the New York Yankees. It's very frustrating as a Yankee fan that everyone complains. I have all these trades. Like, you just had a caller up there. He said, well, let's get Trout. Trout, his stats for this year right now? His stats, I'll give it to you. His average is 241, 18 home runs and 40 RBIs. So what are you getting out of that? You're getting a guy that bats 240. Not getting much out of it. You're getting a pop. It's not the right player that you need. But the bigger problem, Gallo, that no one said, and I really believe this is, and the Yankees are not going to tip their hand before Monday, is Judge coming back or not? That's the whole thing that Cashman knows. If he's coming back, he knows he'll go one way. If he doesn't know, he's got to go another way. But then the Yankees are not tipping their hat because they haven't said one thing yet about how Judge's injury. Oh, it's doing a little bit better. Well, it's a crack up, what.
But Mitch, do you agree that shouldn't matter? Like, there's no one feeling bad for the Yankees. If they're going to make a move, they still have to compete for a World Series. If they don't win the World Series, are Yankee fans going to be okay with them saying, well, Judge was hurt?
No, I'm not going to be happy with that. I would make any trade that benefit the team. But the problem is you're taking almost 50% of your offense is on the injury reserve list. Bellinger will be back in 4 weeks. Stanton, I don't think you're ever going to see him again. He's a bum anyways. And Judge is the piece that everyone needs. But if you're not going to get Judge to make the trade,
I think we lost you there, Mitch. Mitch must have been in a tunnel. Mitch is a million miles a minute when he talks. But listen, I think it's fair. I think his, now, I'm not even adult. The Mike Trout thing, it's not happening. But I think it's fair what he's talking about. They need to go make a move, but also a lot of it is resting on Judge. I think the Yankees know how they feel about Judge. Like, I don't think the Yankees are just sitting around waiting for this, and we haven't gotten an update since, a week ago. and they called it the quote unquote letting it heal mode. But that doesn't mean that he won't be back. Also, the Yankees don't have to rush Judge back. They're going to make the playoffs. They're going to finish first or second in the division, which will be the second best or first. Well, they either have the best or the second best record in the American League. Obviously, it doesn't matter if you don't win the division record-wise. But I think they don't have to rush him back. If he's back in September, fine. He's still back. I think you would want to get him back 10 games, 14 games before the playoffs start so he could get in more of a rhythm. But they still have to make a move. Whether Judge is healthy, whether Bellinger is healthy, it's not an excuse. Nobody is feeling bad for the Yankees. And I think most importantly, nobody is feeling bad as Yankee fans for the Yankees. If the Yankees turn around and tell their fans we didn't chase it because Judge is hurt, or if they fall short and Brian Cashman talks about how the injury to Judge was the reason why, Yankee fans are going to go ballistic. So I just don't think it's going to factor in if they go a rental, sure. Maybe they are more impacted to go for a starter if Judge is more banged up because they're going to feel like we got to win via starting pitching. But there is not a single fan that will allow that to be an excuse. I still think they can make a trade for a guy that's controllable. If Judge is not healthy enough and they fear that he may not be back this year, and they still think Bellinger will be back, they could still make a move for guys that are controllable past this season. Because then it's not like you're mortgaging your future for a rental and you're not going to have the full complement of your pieces. Brock in Huntington, what's going on, Brock?
What's going on, my man? I just wanted to, go over something quick here, and bear with me in the beginning, a little bit of just kind of information, and then I'll hit my point. I mean, 1986, I'm about 7 years old. I'm running it in T-ball, having a good time. I got older brothers, and I'm collecting baseball cards. So some of my earliest memories are this World Series.
Yeah.
This specific World Series. Now, I'm a Yankee fan, but the Yankees were trash back then. They had some good offensive teams. The pitching was horrendous. But I'll tell you what, man, just to paint a picture here for the young guys, the David Wright Met guys, and the guys who don't show the respect to this team. Picture this. Game 6.
Okay, Brock. Not showing
down
respect.
3-2. Down 3-2.
We all know, Brock. Get to your point. We all know the story. We know the story. Okay. No one's disrespecting this team.
Okay, hear me out. First inning of the game, a guy parachutes into the field.
Brock, we know that. Brock. I'm sorry, dude. What is your point? We know the story. I was not disrespecting this team. Like, I was not doing that. What is your point?
The point is down 2 runs, bottom of the 10th.
Okay, Brock, I'm sorry, dude. We know the story. Down 2 runs. They didn't say die. Mookie fouled off like 50 pitches. And then the wild pitch, and the ball. No one's disrespecting the team. How is it disrespectful to say that I don't blame Met fans for not showing up today? Disrespectful to the 86 team. I don't get that thought process. You guys are soft. The Boomers are soft. I think we could. You're soft. You're all soft. God forbid anyone talks about anything in your generation. No one has disrespected this team. I literally said it's a Mount Rushmore NYC sports team. It is up there with the greatest New York sports teams in the history of New York sports. No one's disrespecting that. The Mets are disrespecting Met fans by being so bad that they don't want to show up to celebrate the greatest team in their history. Or one of the 2 greatest teams in their history. How am I disrespecting that team? We don't need the history lesson. I've watched the tape, the Wild Boys song, Hot Foot, the Scott in the NLCS. They thought he was scuffing the ball. We all know the story. No one's disrespecting the team. The greatest, I don't even have a team to enjoy, and this is the team I have to hang my hat on. I wasn't born. No one's disrespecting the team. And you know what? No better person who has a more of a tie to this 86 Mets team and is at the stadium right now than my dear friend, my very much older friend, a guy I love, Al Cintron. T.O. Al, live from Citi Field. My guy, what is up?
By the way, Mookie fouled off 51 pitches, 51. Not 50.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm disrespecting him. I'm sorry, Al. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
So first, you're there right now. And you've gotten to experience it firsthand, obviously. But what is it? Seems like the stadium is a quarter filled right now.
It is, and here's my argument to that, because 2 years ago when Doc and Darryl, well, last year when they had their numbers retired, the fans weren't here neither for those days.
Right.
Which was bad. The only thing I'll say to this, and I said it to Evan in the text message, I think a lot of the fans didn't show up, and a lot of those fans, I hope it's not disrespectful, have probably passed away that lived it. A lot of those people are no longer with us. This younger generation of Met fans only knows losing. That's all they know.
Thank you, Al. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a beautiful Saturday, right? I wish if the Mets were good, this place probably be packed, but they're not. Would you rather be at the beach or on the boardwalk or hooking up with someone on the beach or on the boardwalk than here?
If I wasn't here, I literally told you this the other day, I would have been there with you. Like, I would have been there, but I'm also delusional. I watch this team every night, even though I know nothing good's going to come from it. But I appreciate you saying that because you are someone that I know loves this team like more than any other Mets team you've ever seen. They're your team. Like, I'm sure with this current Knicks team, they are your two favorite teams ever in your fandom. But also you can acknowledge that a guy like me, that this is folklore. Like, they're Paul Bunyan to me. They are like, mythical creatures because I never got to watch them play. I've only seen the championship VHS and read the books and seen the documentaries and heard the secondhand stories. I didn't get to live through this. So there are people even younger than me, younger than both of us. 20-year-old kid, what tie do they have to this team?
Nothing. They don't. All they know is pretty much losing, except for a season here and there. All they know is miserable losing.
No, and that's my point. And it wasn't about the 86 team. It was about, because there are people online, I saw it, like ripping Met fans, and it's like, what are we supposed to do? Like, spend their money. And yes, it's not about the 86 team. People are not showing up. It has nothing to do with the 86 team. It has to do with how terrible this franchise has been run the last year and a half.
No, well, let me say this. If you wanted to make sure the stadium was full, you could have did this on opening day. Opening weekend. I know it was cold here, but if you want to ensure a packed stadium at the fans energized, you got to do it at opening day, opening weekend. Now you're going to say, well, we want to sell tickets later in the season. Well, when you take that risk, this is what happens. Like, it's not even, the stadium's not even half full. It's embarrassing to I was recording the videos and I'm trying, damn, I don't want that empty section or that empty section. It was even the media room, Gallo. And one of the media members told me, he goes, this is embarrassing. Even the media room for this 40th anniversary was pretty much empty.
Well, because it's tough, too, like, also, like you're saying, and I think the Mets viewed this as, I think they thought they were going to compete this year. So they thought they should spread out because they're playing the Marlins, and who knew the Marlins were going to be better than us, but they're playing the Marlins, and they thought, let's spread it out and put it against the bad opponent, and we'll have people in the stadium because they're good, and we have this celebration, but then it backfires because they've been so bad. They're the third worst team in baseball, and there's now nobody, no one should. This is the last day that they're going to get even a half-full crowd.
Yeah.
Oh, except for when Alonso comes back.
Yeah, that'll be that's going to be a PR nightmare for the Mets, that's for sure. I'll tell you that. It's going to be, if I'm David Stearns, I'm going on vacation for that. I don't want to be anywhere near Citi Field for that one. And he's lucky it's not snowing because snowballs will be flying out of space. But, it just sucks that this is what's going on. It would have been nice to do it against the Red Sox, though. I mean, the Red Sox were in town, right? How about Mets, Red Sox, 86 reunion? That would have been, at least you would have the stadium pretty much full for that with Red Sox fans and rub it in their faces.
Right. That's actually a great idea. It was just like last week, I thought they should have had Mets Braves be Sunday Night Baseball with the Hall of Fame, Kent, Beltran, Andrew Jones. Like, I thought it would have made a lot of sense to do that. Now, to get away from the negative, obviously, the ceremony did look like they did a good job. Like, how was the actual ceremony and how they put it together?
Well, I was blessed enough to be on the field. It's my first time actually being on the field covering. So I'm, shout out to the powers that be and everybody associated with the Mets PR team. The fans were into it when it came to that. Seeing the players come out, it's kind of bittersweet because, I was here for the 30th anniversary as well. So I've been to 20, 30, or 40, and you see less and less guys are here because, as life happens, they pass away. Like Gary Carter's kids, his wife are here, Ray Knight in the wheelchair being wheeled out. I'm sure Yankee fans are going to make jokes about that, which would be, like criminal. Anybody's going to make jokes about that. But it's the ceremony, the energy, the fan love towards the fans that were here, the love towards the players, the energy that they showed towards the fans, the love for the fans. They said 40 years later, you guys still love us. So thank you for that. We're grateful for that. So for that aspect, the Mets did a hell of a job. Steve Cohen, Alex Cohen, A+, did a hell of a job. The presentation, when you're walking into the stadium, they have the orange and Met balloons, 1986 world champs. The energy, whoever's here has been great, but they did a hell of a job, the Cohens, considering the situation.
Right. And they did do a good job. And I was there for the 30th anniversary, which was awesome. Mm-hmm. And for me, I didn't get to go to the 06 celebration. And, my dad and my mom, are gigantic Met fans, and all they talk about is this 86 team. And my mom could not love this team more than anything. And I remember watching the 06 celebration with her. So I knew it was special. But the ceremony looked great. This has nothing to do with the 86 team, and this has nothing to do with as the Mets give up a home run here, just to add to the misery. It's more about what I know, you're there, obviously. And the team is not the problem. The 86 team is not the problem. It's this actual team and this front office and the disaster this is Mets team. Before I let you go, obviously Monday's the deadline. What is your prediction for the Mets going into Monday?
Pain. As Mr. T said. Pain, because then reality's finally final, that it's completely done. These guys are not here that were brought in to help. Clay Holmes, I don't think he's going to be here, unfortunately. He's gone. We'll see what happens with Peralta. He's probably going to be gone. The expectations for this team, I wish I could send a lot of these guys that are probably not going to be able to get traded out of here, that have been a disappointment. Jorge Polanco stinks. He makes Jed Lowry like a Hall of Famer. It's just Luis Robert Jr. is built like an Adonis, but he's fragile. This is just disappointing. This has been the trade deadline will summarize the season. A huge letdown, but let me say this. This is David Stern's time to win the fans back, sort of. You got to cook this deadline and give Met fans some hope going into a potential lockout. And we might not even have baseball next season. But I think he's going to flip these guys to get prospects that help bring one or two big-name stars back in the offseason whenever we have it. So,
I can get down with that.
Yeah, this sucks, unfortunately. But I also think a lot of Met fans didn't show up because those fans that didn't see 86 kind of have a bitter at the fans that did see 86, because I've had that on social media, the back and forth. So the Met fans upset about the fans. Don't be upset. Be upset at the team. Be upset that David Stern's not delivering this past off season. The fans, I don't blame them. It's August. It's beautiful. I sweated my what off. I had to change shirts. But just it's a beautiful ceremony. You can see everything online or whatever. I wish this was under better circumstances, Gallo, and we were here celebrating a potential playoff berth and the 40th anniversary.
What they could have been doing at the deadline. Yeah. That was exciting. Al, you're the man. I appreciate you calling in, dude.
Gallo, you still suck. I love you, brother.
All right. What are you on next, Al?
I'm on 2 to 5 Tuesday and Wednesday. Wednesday morning, 2 to 5 a.m. Wake your asses up. My man Fleek's behind the glass.
All right, I appreciate you, man. Make sure you get back to that walker. I know, you must be tired right now.
My wheelchair's waiting outside right now, so I got to go.
All right, love you, Al.
All right, Gallo.
The great Al Cintron.
I love dearly. Who's amazing.
God. We don't need the drops.
Of WFAN.
We don't need the drops. Also, real quick, my dear friend in the YouTube chat, D-Rod, compared us celebrating the Mets 86 championship to our independence as a country. I don't think the two correlate. He also said the compromise for people that are complaining about not wanting to watch the game, go celebrate the team and leave. Do you want to spend money? That's the whole point. Do you want to go pay for parking or whatever it is to get to the stadium? This is what we're not thinking about the average person dealing with. 888-808-1019. We'll continue this conversation. We'll dive deeper into the trade deadline stuff. Giants, Jets, training camp has started. Football is around the corner. I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. We'll get into all that right here. I got you till 6:35 Yankees pregame. Anthony Gallo on the Fan.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
There is something that seems to be getting closer to happening in baseball that I think will seal the deal for a long work stoppage next year. And that is Tariq Skubal getting traded to the Dodgers and then winning another championship. And at that point, every single person who wants things to change in Major League Baseball has another thing to use.
Get Boomer and Gio on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, and the free Odyssey app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. It's powerful. powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This message is brought to you by Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman. A few missing pills, a sudden change in behavior, trouble at school, sleeping all day. Sometimes the signs of opioid addiction start small. Seeing the signs early can save a life. Opioid deaths are down in Nassau County, but one life lost is one too many. If you or a loved one needs help, call 516-227-TALK. That's 516-227-TALK. It could save a life.
The pros know nobody beats FW Web. With extensive inventory, personalized service, and a fleet of trucks across the Northeast, FW Web supports all customers, from one-van contractors to large facility operators. For planned projects, emergency jobs, or maintenance, FW Web has what you need, when and where you need it. For plumbing, heating, HVAC, refrigeration, propane gas, and PVF jobs. With over 100 locations, visit FWWeb.com to find one near you.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is the time for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed-sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Talk sports after hours with Tommy Lugauer, 7 to midnight. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
A lot of, Motown, disco, that, late 60s, 70s era music. It's what my parents played a lot when I was growing up, so I love Teddy Pendergrass. The Fan Focus is presented by Chef IQ. Watch the game, not the grill. Get your gear at chefiq.com. I was talking to my guys, Ricky and Emmanuel, in the newsroom, and we talked a little bit about Yankees and stuff like that. And, it's being reported that Adley Rutschman, it's leaning more towards him actually being dealt 60-40 that way. And that the Yankees are in on him. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but they're in on him. And that there is the price tag for Hunter Goodman is very high. So not sure if that's going to go that route. Obviously, Camille Duvall traded earlier to the Pirates for 2 prospects, and then the Yankees are calling up Cruz to replace Duvall. And Joel Sherman, also just to get a few updates out of the way, Joel Sherman is, same thing Bob Nightengale said earlier about why the Mets are going to choose to pitch Clay Holmes tomorrow in Brooklyn. Joel Sherman says there are several reasons why Mets have decided to pitch Holmes in Brooklyn tomorrow, including that an inquiring team could keep him on the IL for another rehab start or 2 if they want, which would not be the case if he pitched for the Mets at City tomorrow. Also, it gives them a shot to show that he's actually healthy and he's raring, ready to go. So a lot to monitor there. There is no other real news coming down the wire just yet, and. Another thing, Ricky had mentioned, because I had mentioned Ryan Jeffers, and you look at the Twins acquire Dean Kramer from the Orioles, and they get A.J. Minter from the Mets, or are they even going to be looking to trade their catcher or anything really at this point, as they view themselves as in win now mode? They obviously are tied for that last wild card spot. They're game over 500. I'm not even really looking at records at this point. I'm looking at games back, or if you're in the wild card where you sit. Like, for example, everyone keeps pointing, like the Pirates went and made a move. They are a game under 500, but they're 2.5 games back, so they are in it. The Padres don't look to be selling anymore, so this is the complications that come from adding that third wild card team when it comes to the trade deadline. The only teams you could guarantee are selling are the Rockies, Mets, Giants, Angels, Athletics, and Royals. They're all double-digit games under 500. And the Tigers may trade Skubal, but it doesn't mean they're selling their entire roster. He got hurt earlier this year, too. So you have to also think that they probably think in a strange way that they could still stay in the race even with trading Skubal. 888-808-1019. Dominic in East Rochester. What's going on, Dominic?
Anthony, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Good. Your folks like the Motown, you said?
100%. All the time.
Yeah. Let me guess. Also, Neil Diamond, the Four Seasons, and, of course, the Beach Boys.
The Four Seasons, a little bit of the Beach Boys. Neil Diamond, not played in the household a lot.
Oh.
Not played in the household a lot. And my mom was a big, if my mom was cooking, I knew if I walked in the house or I woke up to anything that was like crooners or, Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, or Motown, and she was cooking, it meant that I better buckle up and loosen up the belt straps because she was cooking something fire.
And, of course, she was making sauce.
Well, it could be anything. Anything she made was fire. That woman touches a stove or an oven or whatever she touches, and it's heaven sent. I'll tell you that much. I know that's the typical, Italian-American, every dude thinks their mom is the best cook. I would die on this hill. Sauce, pizza, meatballs, whatever it was. She could be cooking something that's not Italian. It was fire.
Well, for me, it was my grandmother, to tell you the truth.
Well, my grandmother was the one who taught my mom.
I'm an old-timer. I'm 73 years a Yankee fan. So, I've seen it all. And I thought that I was going to call you and mention a crazy trade. But when the guy came up with Mike Trout, Mike Trout would have been fine about 8 years ago. And there's only one guy I would trade on our team for Mike Trout, and that would be one Giancarlo Stanton.
Yeah, and that's
going to prove to be no. I'm just saying that it's going to prove to be Napoleon's worst move ever. But anyway, Anthony, as a Yankee fan, there are only two guys on our 40-man roster that, as far as I'm concerned, are untouchable. Only two, and that would be Schlittler and Rice. Those are the only two. And, I like Aaron Judge just as much as anybody else. But I'll tell you what, Anthony, I know it's a little crazy, like I said, but, I would put him in the right deal. I mean, we've never traded our best player before. We did lose Cano, but we didn't trade him. And, we certainly never traded a captain. But as far as that goes, I mean, they're not going to trade Judge. I get it.
I'm not even entertaining it.
But
I'm not, Dominic. I'm sorry.
No,
I can't entertain it. I appreciate the call. We've reached delusional hour. Why are we even mentioning it? I'm sorry. Wade in Brantford, Connecticut. What's going on, Wayne?
Oh, boy, that was funny.
He started, he greased the wheels a little bit when he was talking about the sauce and everything. He distracted me with the food and tried to throw me off the scent. And then, why don't we trade Judge?
But then we went from Motown to Neil Diamond and the Beach Boys. I got confused with that one.
Yeah, and they don't correlate,
But anyway,
Neil Diamond wasn't being played in the house a lot. I was probably playing Neil Diamond more than my parents were.
Yeah, I hear you. Nothing like coming back with a little teddy bear, though. That's my guy.
Oh, it is.
Him.
We rented a car for the weekend, Wayne, and we actually started looking at wedding venues. And my girlfriend laughs. Her parents love it, but my girlfriend laughs because I get in the car. My driving music is, classic R&B, like late 60s, 70s, R&B, early 80s. I like to drive to that. I listen to a lot of hip hop, a lot of rock. But when I'm driving, I want to cruise. I want to vibe. I'm not trying to be too intense.
You know where I think he started? You might be a little too young. Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes. The Love I Lost.
Right.
The Love I Lost.
I couldn't name another song.
That's a real old, but that's a shame what happened to him with that car accident and everything. With Teddy Pendergrass.
Right.
He was in the car. Yeah, he got crippled. I saw a concert of him on YouTube of him at the Apollo in the wheelchair, and he was huge, yeah. Because the women loved him back in the day. You remember that.
All these guys. But it's funny because obviously I went to a concert last night, and I love it, and it's great. But I'm sure there's going to be a point, too, because I look at, when I hear, people, my mom or my dad or just older people that I get to talk to, they've gotten a scene. I'm just so jealous. And I'm sure at some point somebody will say the same thing to me when I mention, I got to see this person or that person. So a lot of these acts that, my mom got to see Michael Jackson and, my dad got to see, a whole host of artists. And I'm like, man, that's incredible. These are, the height of, American music and all that. And then I'm sure I'll look back on it and when I get older, people will be like, I can't believe you saw this person or that person.
Well, some of them are still out there. I think the four tops and are still doing shows.
So I love Earth, Wind, and Fire. Truly love Earth, Wind, and Fire.
God, yeah.
They still perform. I think it was, I forget when they performed not that long ago. Like a week, maybe a month ago, they performed, I think, at the Garden. And I would love to see them. And I know that it's not all the it's only a few surviving members, but I would still go see them. I saw, not as old, but I saw Boyz II Men 2 years ago in Boston, and they were incredible.
Yeah. Yep. There's a lot of them are still going. It's amazing. They were just in Connecticut, Earth, Wind, and Fire, I think, with Lionel Richie, I think. But I better get to my
right.
Before you got to let me go. On the bullpen, I'll get to the closer in a minute. Right now, the fourth and the fifth are Weathers and Warren, right? When Rodon comes back, one of them is going to the bullpen. When Clark Schmidt comes back, he's going to the bullpen. So there's two guys right there we don't even need to go out and get. They're already going to be in the bullpen.
Right.
Are you with me there?
Yes.
Yeah. And then what I want to do, because I don't think Miller's going to be a possibility from the Padres. I want to see what the Mets want for Luke Weaver because I want somebody at the back end with Bednar, and I think we'll be good.
Yeah, and listen, I think that, and I appreciate the call, Wayne. I still sit here, and I understand the need for the Yankees to get a bullpen arm. I would rather the Yankees go big on a position player and try to get more ancillary pieces for the bullpen. Maybe not a closer, maybe not even the Luke Weaver type, unless they could get him. Like, I'm not saying Luke Weaver specifically, but that level of pitcher. Not the lights-out closer like Mason Miller, like that next level of pitcher. For cheap, sure, but I'd rather them go and add 2 or 3 guys that are good ancillary pieces to the bullpen and then swing big offensively and go and take a chance on a bigger bat. And it's where, I see the offense as being good, very flawed. And if they don't go out there and make a move, that's what's going to cost them. Going back to the concert thing, though, somebody in the chat, Saunders E5 says, I saw the Grateful Dead about 75 times from 76 to 80. Much like Fish and Dave Matthews Band's fans, the Grateful Dead fans are they are as loyal as Met fans are. They just have a lot more joy because, they're not a failure, the Grateful Dead, like the Mets are. But Grateful Dead fans blow my mind because they go to every show. And it's just one song for 4 hours. It's just one song. People are huffing balloons, and you know what I mean, if you know what I mean. And it's just it's a big party. But they are loyal. Only other people I would compare it to. I know was it Jay Berman was a Fish fan? And I know he went to a ton of shows. And my guy, Andrew Bogus, or even, was it D-Ben? They were big Dave Matthews Band's guys, and they see them all the time.
I think it's called, they're called Deadheads.
Well, that's the Grateful Dead, yes.
Yeah.
And then are they Fish heads?
I think it's Fish Food.
And then Dave's, Fish Food. Is that what the ice cream flavor is based off of?
Yes. They created it.
Did they?
That's why it's not F-I-S-H food. It's P-H-I-S-H food.
Huh. I've never read the carton. That's my favorite Ben & Jerry's flavor.
Anthony, that is incredibly disappointing.
Wow.
You didn't realize Fish
I
Food
know
was
what
named
Cherry
after the band
Garcia.
Fish?
I know that makes so much sense. I know what Cherry Garcia is based off.
Of course. Jerry Garcia.
Right.
Now, I don't trust you that you knew that.
I do know that one, but they don't have any correlation to Fish and Cherry Garcia.
No, but the correlation is you knew what Cherry Garcia was based off, but you couldn't put 2 and 2 together with Fish Food.
I'm going to say something right now that might get me killed. Fish is like the Dollar General version of Grateful Dead.
I'm not a fan of either.
I'm not
a fan of either.
I'm not either.
I am a fan of Fish Food, the ice cream flavor.
I'm a fan. I like Dave Matthews Band songs.
I think
they are actually songs. They're not just one continuous song.
No, they'll jam band it up a little bit.
They are a jam band.
Yeah, of course.
There's a lot of unwashed shins and unwashed feet and shoeless feet at these concerts. A lot of balloons with strange gases in them. And it's funny. They are the most loyal, I guess, of the music fans. I guess Beatle fans, but like that's different because the Beatles are like mainstream, the height of music popularity. Whereas they are mainstream, but they are off the beaten path a little bit.
Yeah,
Tyro Taylor, another home run.
Perfect.
Trade him.
Get him out of the game, frankly.
Trade him. Sit him down. Don't jump around too hard.
Yeah.
Tyrone.
It can be the Martin Gramatica with the ACL with the Buccaneers back in the day.
They're trading him.
No, sure. I would say this when it comes to the popularity of Fish and the Grateful Dead. When it comes to the music scene, anytime there's a show with those two, well, obviously with Fish, every one of my fans that love that band, they will go to every one of their shows.
Yes, every single one.
If they're 8 straight days at the Garden, 8 straight times, it's a different catalog, different set each time, and that is what they're going to do, and boy, did they love it.
You know what my introduction to the Grateful Dead was? The great Bill Walton. Obviously legendary NBA player, but for me, he was a broadcaster. And he would mention the Grateful Dead so much when I was growing up that I had to do research. And then obviously, Stugotz, John Wiener, radio host elsewhere. I've also learned a lot about them and the loyalty. And then I worked here and I met Jay Berman and guys like Andrew Bogish and Todd DiBenedetto who are,
Tom.
I said Tom.
You said Todd.
I said Tom.
You said Todd.
Stop correcting the things I'm saying. Please. Stop. I hate you. You ever seen Star Wars Obi-Wan and Anakin, and Anakin's like, I hate you.
Not a Star Wars guy.
Well, because you don't like any.
Not a Star Wars guy.
You don't
Much like Rocky, totally overrated.
Well, Rocky is overrated. I'm going to get crucified right now between Rocky and the Grateful Dead and the 86. I didn't criticize the 86 Mets, but I was made to seem like I criticized the 86 Mets. But, yes, they are very loyal. Last night was awesome, and I'm not a gigantic J. Cole fan. I know most of his music. I have liked him for a long time. I was just shocked at how packed and how much everyone knew his new album immediately. And, he's kind of like underrated in the sense of like where he ranks in this generation, or I guess he would even be the prior generation. But he is usually put into that Kendrick and Drake conversation. But it was still an awesome show, and he does a great job. It's the second time I've seen him. I actually saw him at St. John's because he's a St. John's alum. And as funny enough, it was the most I've related to a celebrity before. He didn't get his diploma because he had unpaid book fees. And then at the concert, they did this dopey thing where they're like, we're going to give you your diploma and forgive your unpaid book fees. And in my head, I'm like, he can afford it.
Funny story about J. Cole, who you saw at the Barclays Center last night. Barclays. He was one of the guys in my 4 years at Morrisville State, which is my alma mater.
Right.
That our student government organization, the SGO, actually got to come on campus to perform.
Yeah.
And he performed for like an hour and a half, some set in some gymnasium that maybe we stuffed like 1,000, 1,500 people in. Totally illegally with fire laws and stuff.
Right.
But he was there. I was with him in the back. I was interviewing for the radio station.
That's awesome. That's very cool. My sophomore year at St. John's, Kendrick Lamar is starting to grow a little bit. Him and 2 Chainz were the act at St. John's in Carnesecca Arena, and he's performing his biggest song off the Section 80 album, and they turned the lights on him. They turned him on and basically cut the mic and said the concert was over. And I thought there was going to be a riot. That's what I thought was going to happen.
Not a lot of happy people at Marillac afterwards, I'm sure.
No, not at all. A little secret going down to this basement there. Can I tell that story? I'm not telling that story right now because I don't know who's listening. 888-808-1019. Let's just say there was a boiler room that no one checked that got very hazy at times at St. John's. We got a lot to get to. We'll continue the MLB trade deadline conversation. NFL training camp is underway. The 86 Mets celebration is underway. Tyrone Taylor, it's another home run. Trade him before the game is over. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
The MLB Trade Deadline is 2 days away. And while it represents a chance to solidify for some,
we're open-minded in the deadline to try to improve ourselves, period. End of story.
It represents rebuild for others.
I also have a responsibility to push us forward, to look for solutions, and to make difficult decisions and change when I think it's needed.
From the front office to the diamond, the latest rumors turn into the latest breaking news. And the Fan is always here to deliver it all to you. Your home for everything New York baseball is 101.9 FM WFAN.
If you're tired of dealing with dummies every time you shop for a car, I get it. All the games they play, the back and forth, it's brutal. Well, the team over at Route 22 Toyota seem to have it figured out. There are real people who have made the entire process of buying a car simple and that smart. Plus, they're easy to get to, right on Route 22 in Hillside, New Jersey, and they're always on the money with incredible deals on their huge selection of new and used Toyota. So remember, if you're tired of dealing with dummies, get over to Route 22 Toyota and experience the smart way to buy your next vehicle.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Thursday, August 27th when the Yankees host the Astros for a very special night in the Bronx, Seinfeld Night. The first 18,000 guests will receive a George Costanza Calzone bobblehead presented by Star. Tickets are on sale now at Yankees.com/tickets. Don't miss Seinfeld Night and the George Costanza Calzone bobblehead, Thursday, August 27th. Yankees versus Astros at Yankee Stadium.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Bridgestone tires. So we buy Bridgestone tires for less and sell them for less. The guaranteed lowest price you'll find anywhere. Plus, we give you more free services for life than any other tire dealer. So when you're looking for Bridgestone tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. You know, in the game, you always need a backup plan, and your phone is no different. A second line from Red Pocket Mobile is perfect for side gigs, keeping your work and personal numbers separate, and just staying connected without the big carrier price tag. Starting at just $10 a month, you get your choice of 3 major 5G networks with no contracts or credit checks. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. You know, my home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve, but my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
The New York Giants are getting ready for a new season. What are your expectations for Big Blue? Join the conversation at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
20 hours sleeping on the ferry like a homeless person. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Before we get back into the rest of the conversation, and we've jumped all around Mets, Yankees, we'll get into the training camp talk, Fish, Grateful Dead, whatever it is. I don't know if you guys saw this story, and it's funny because I think it's interesting in the greater landscape of all of sports, not just soccer at a global scale, but the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, floated this idea out about selling off $15 billion worth to private equity to sell the World Cup, essentially. And the vitriol that it was met with, not just from all of the countries that are involved in FIFA, and there's over 200 members, but the members of just his own administration, that this was a move that was just brokered by him. And they all basically were rejecting and boycotting FIFA at that point. And to show their corruption only goes so far. They have their line to draw. But it is funny because as you see private equity join into the American sports landscape and this rejection, and they now have killed the proposal, and this guy's probably going to lose his job as the head of FIFA. I would love to see a similar aspect go along to the way of American sports, because as we see, private equity has ruined everything. These investors have just ripped apart everything they get their hands on. These crappy, meat lines of, corporate slop that they put out there, the whatever this pizzeria is that's across the street and all these other places. Don't say any names because I don't know if they can be sponsored one day. But all these other places that it's just to, streamline to not really be substantial, but just to maximize profit. You're going to start to see that more in sports. Look at what happened with the Celtics. Jaylen Brown was not traded for more than they have a huge stake of investors that invest in that team that are private equity, and all they looked at is how can we stay relevant in the Boston market, sell that franchise's tickets while being semi-competitive, but also not having to pay Jaylen Brown in 2 years. So I thought it was interesting to see that. And FIFA absolutely rejected it, as a whole, not the head of FIFA, but they really pushed back on it. So I'm curious to see how that plays out going forward, not just in soccer, but in all of sports, professional sports, across the globe, specifically in America. 888-808-1019. Dan and Hazlitt, what's going on, Dan?
Mr. Gallo, how are you, sir? Love your show.
I appreciate it. I love you, dude.
I am a diehard Red Sox fan. I will tell you, I was absolutely 100% in the gutter in the beginning of the year, and I cannot even say how much they have turned the season around.
It's incredible.
There's no way I thought this team would be able to. Now, I have to say I'm actually proud, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to bully everybody because I think, you know what? Yankees look out, Dodgers look out. I'm coming. The train is run. The Red Sox train is riding, and I'm ready to go.
It's incredible. What did they lose? 4 games in July?
They had the best record in July, and they were 21-4, something unbelievable. But it's amazing. As a diehard Red Sox fan, they were garbage. And no offense to any Mets fans out there,
well, they were like the Mets. They were.
They were 18 games behind, and I don't know how. It's amazing how they turned it around.
And now they're 3 games. They're 3 games over the last wild card spot. So
now I want the division. Now I'm playing the Dodgers. I beat the Dodgers last night. I'm going to bully them. As a Red Sox fan, I look out for me. They better. But I am scared, Anthony. I'm dead scared that they're going to trade my children or my farm system. I mean,
you're
you know what?
afraid?
I'll take the salary, but I don't. I'm just nervous. I don't want to trade like Tolley. I don't want to trade Jake Bennett. I don't want to trade any of these young pitchers.
I don't think they're going to trade any of those guys. And they made the one move trading. What was his name? Ellie.
Yeah. No, they traded.
But they traded what they already got rid of. They're not going to get rid of multiple young starting pitchers. They already made, and I appreciate the call, Dan. They already made the one move to get rid of a young pitcher. I also don't know if they're going to swing for the fences and try to add a ton at the deadline because they may feel that they're good enough as is, and they might just try to make ancillary moves with what they have. And offensively, I know they're pitching heavy, but offensively, it's not like they are lacking. I think, maybe they try to, if anything, maybe they try to, upgrade over a Durant, but I don't know what the Red Sox are going to do. I do think it's another team that the Yankees have to worry about. When I look at the American League, we don't know what the Astros are going to do, and I know they're 9-1 in their last 10 games. And I'm not really – the Yankees blew those last 2 games, and, it all kind of comes back to that Anthony Volpe drop ball where if they have Bednar in one of those last 2 games, they win 3 out of 4 in that series minimum. But I'm not – if I'm the Yankees, I look at the Rays and possibly the Red Sox as the teams that can hurt them the most. I thought a while ago that maybe the Rangers, but we don't even know if the Rangers are going to make the playoffs. They sit a game, they're a half game behind both the last wild card spot and the Astros for the division. But we're not even sure if they're going to make the playoffs. They could be a team that presents problems because I think they have decent pitching that could, take a step. And offensively, I think that they're pretty good. And they were pretty banged up. Wyatt Langford was hurt, all that stuff. So it's something to watch. 888-808-1019. Rich in Westchester. What's going on, Rich?
What's happening? Listen, I got a quick New York sports analysis, and I got a quick Yankee players that nobody's talking about for trades. The analysis in New York, as good as the Knicks were, and it was an awesome experience to be a Knicks fan, is as bad as it is to be a Met fan. It could be the biggest disaster season in New York sports history with the expectation,
it is.
with the payroll and where they are now.
Rich, I'll tell you this much. I thought last year was the biggest embarrassment and disappointment that they've ever had, including those collapses in 07 and 08. This trumps that because they haven't been competitive since the fourth game of the season. They've been that bad. They have one of the highest payrolls in baseball. They had a team, and how shallow the depth is, and they've spent $300+ million, and they can't field a full 26-man roster.
Yep. And the Yankee players, to get off subject, but Yankee players that nobody's talking about. What about Chapman for third base or Corey Seager? Veterans that maybe the Rangers and the Giants will give up and pick up some of their salaries and major upgrades.
Truly, go look at both of those guys' numbers, and they're neither Corey Seager even worse than Chapman. They're not upgrades over Ryan McMahon. I hate to break it to you, their names they're not upgrades. I mean, Corey Seager's hitting 189 and has essentially the same numbers as McMahon across the board. They're not upgrades, and I know they're veterans, but that's not the move that I want the Yankees to make. And I appreciate the call, Rich. And Chapman maybe if they have to give up nothing. I can't sit here. Matt Chapman is a better player than Ryan McMahon, yes. And I do think Corey Seager is too. But they both have under 700 OPSs, and Matt Chapman has less extra base hits than McMahon. He has less home runs. I actually don't know if it's fully extra base hits because doubles might be where they make it up. So, he has more extra base hits when you include doubles, but that's not a huge upgrade. I'm not sitting here. That's not getting me excited if I'm a Yankee fan. That's not making me think that they are getting better. So it's tough to sit here and think that they are going to trade if they're trading for a third baseman, it's got to be an appreciable upgrade to Ryan McMahon or when they put Jose Caballero over there. And I know Luis Ariz said he wants to play second base. You could move Jazz back. I also think Luis Ariz would maybe not, it's give and take. Who would be worse? I think Jazz has no option but to play third base if that was to happen. And in the YouTube chat, I do think the Rangers are dangerous, but they also have to make the playoffs. They are outside looking in right now. So we can't say they are dangerous to the Yankees, and they're not even locked into a spot yet. Mike and Clark, what's going on, Mike?
Hey, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
I get, the everybody wants, I've heard the argument that people want Tariq Skubal for the Yankees. I disagree.
I never said that.
I think the priority list should be.
I never said Skubal was
a professional right-handed hitting catcher. For the love of God,
Mike.
Some form of a.
What are we doing here? You can't repeat my. You got to talk to me if you're here. Did he had me muted probably, and he's just I got to get this take off. All I've said is the Yankees need to go chase a bat and bullpen help. I never once said that the Skubal was on the docket, but I appreciate it, Mike, even though you weren't listening. John in Union, what's going on? John, out of the air. My fault.
Hey, Tony, how you doing?
I'm good. What's up, dude?
So the only offensive bat upgrade that the Yankees could go after would be Rafael Devers. There's not anybody else really out there that's going to impact the Yankees lineup.
I mean, that's not true.
You were talking. Well, who?
I mean, they could go after. There's a number of catchers that are available that would instantly upgrade. Yeah. And yes, Devers is the guy that they should go after. We're agreement on that, John. But also, if they were to add Luis Ariz, that is an upgrade. That's also a unique hitter that they don't have.
I agree. I talked to you about this last week about acquiring both.
No.
Until you cut me off.
No, John. You said trade Jazz Chisholm for the two of them.
Yeah.
That's not happening, John.
I did not say that.
What did you say?
I said, okay, hear me out. The Giants want Devers off their payroll.
You don't know that.
Dramatically.
You don't know that. But tell me, John, tell me what the trade was so we can laugh about it.
It was Jazz, it was McMahon and Lombard.
No, you did not send Lombard. No, John.
You didn't let me finish.
John, I did
You
let
never
you
let
know,
me
John.
finish what I was saying.
John, do not do that, dude, because we literally work in a place where we could go find it. You've called me twice now. You never mentioned Lombard.
Go find it.
You never mentioned Lombard. I'm going to let you go because you never mentioned Lombard. We're not doing that, John. We're not doing revisionist history. I did let you talk. I let more callers talk than probably anyone on the station. I'm not doing that, John. You called last week and you said Jazz, and I forgot if it was Volpe or McMahon, and that was the trade. And I pushed back and you said they just want to get rid of Devers. You never said Lombard. And you can't give me a trade and then follow it up with 7 other points and then never mention Lombard and tell me that I didn't let you finish. We can't do that. It's on YouTube. This is not 1995. It's very easy to find these things. I'm not taking time out of my show to do it either. I got you next time, John, because you're going to call in the next time you call and you're going to tell me I cut you off. I'm not doing this. We could talk about trading for guys, and I didn't tell you they weren't going to get Devers. They're not getting Devers for Jazz and a bucket of balls. They're not doing that. The Yankees also aren't giving up Lombard for Rafael Devers. They're not. They're going to have to make it. The Giants are going to have to eat money, and they're going to have to throw in a Luis Ariz or maybe even a Matt Chapman. They're going to have to throw in a lot more to make that deal. What could happen is we could see a LeGrand, maybe we see a Spencer Jones heading that package and then filling it out with other prospects. Maybe a Dominguez is in that if they feel that. But also now you have to think about the injuries. And are they going to be giving up, and teams may not even want Dominguez, but are they going to be giving up both of their young outfielders when they don't know who's playing the outfield? We have to be realistic about that. Now, Bob Nightengale pushed back. He does not think that these big contracts are being traded. He doesn't think a Devers is being traded. It could be an offseason thing. He doesn't think a Lindor is being traded. It could be an offseason thing. I do think the Yankees have enough without giving up Lombard to go get Devers. It's not going to be a package centered around Jazz. And if you're the Yankees, you're not. I don't think you're trading Jazz. I think you want to get better over McMahon, over Volpe, and over what has now become a depleted outfield.
Yeah, trading Jazz is a non-starter. I'm sorry. I know he annoys the hell out of people, and I get why. But when he's hot and when Jazz Chisholm is going right, there are fewer players in the league that has that amount of energy and talent when he is right. Because when he is right, I think he's probably got the most clutch hits, the most game-winning hits for the Yankees this year. So when that guy is going right, especially if Aaron Judge isn't going to come back this season, and nobody knows when Aaron Judge is coming back, nobody knows when Giancarlo Stanton is coming back.
No, right.
So I think all of the Yankee health or lack thereof is a huge, huge factor here.
Well, and it's not even, I think I know Yankee fans are frustrated with Jazz. And he didn't help himself with what he said in the offseason about wanting to be, 50-50? Like, or 40-40, I forget what he said.
What do you want him to say? Do you want him to say that he's
rather
not
him
going
be
to do
confident.
anything? Of course he's going to talk himself up. That's the type of personality he has. People don't like Jazz Chisholm because of the flashy clothes and this, that, and the lollipop situation. It's ridiculous. The guy is a good baseball player.
Yeah, there's this notion, like, we forget these guys are playing a game. And listen, if he's having fun, I don't think anyone cares. There are still some ignorant people that would care, and it has nothing to do with baseball. I do think people are frustrated with him. It's easy to get frustrated with him. I also think if he's your 6th or 7th hitter, and I'm not talking about 6th or 7th hitter by default, I'm talking about you have a good lineup. Judge is healthy. Bellinger's healthy. You have Ben Rice. You add a piece. So now you have a lineup that is a little bit more slated, and he's hitting 6th or 7th. That is a good guy to have. He steals. He runs the bases well. He's got 30 steals. Like, he's still, depending on one good week, could be on pace to hit 25 homers, maybe 30. I think the strikeouts is what's most frustrating with Jazz. His OPS is down. He's got a better OPS than Matt Chapman, I can tell you that much.
Right.
Guys that Yankee fans want to bring in, like, he's got a 7-0. He's not been good. I'm not defending that. But he's also not a bad player.
Much like and I have to explain this. This is what's going to happen. Much like a lot of fans have this mentality that his bad OPS, bad average, strikes out too much. You are not going to give a rat's ass about that in October.
No.
If he performs in October, nobody is going to care what he does. And I get why. I guess being a fan and fandom, the roller coasters, the ups and downs, overreacting is part of being a fan. I understand that, right? Me and you, we do this every day. So we understand overreaction is the point of this, right? But no one is going to care how many strikeouts he's had in April, May, June, and July if he hits a game-winning home run in October. Nobody will care. Nobody is going to care about that.
Right.
And he has the ability to hit a game-winning home run. And a game-winning hit, we have seen it time after time after time again.
Well, and you're right. And he's not afraid to go up there and hack it, which hurts him a lot. But he's also not afraid when he's in the box. I get it. He also is a guy that has let down Yankee fans probably the most this year offensively, I would say, because I think he's had more expectation than guys like Austin Wells and Anthony Volpe, Ryan McMahon. But getting a little phlegmy there. I still think he adds value to this team. And again, he's not going to be the centerpiece of any trade you make. I'm sorry. And I'm not going to let people come on here and lie to me. He's not also, and I see it in the chat here on YouTube, put Jazz on third if you get a rise. I think that's fine. And it's also, and the showboating thing is boomers not used to people having fun playing baseball. That's just what it is.
It's the same people who are angry at Lindor for having blue hair.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, it's very New York. 888-808-1019. Mike in Massapequa, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Great show. I heard you talking about Fish and Bill Walton earlier, and I have a real good, feel-good, funny story, if that's okay.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah. So I've been doing Fish for a really long time, but New Year's,
you sound like
Fish
it.
came back to the Garden. And a lot of fanfare, a lot of celebrities at the Garden. This is when they were still doing seats on the floor at the Garden for Fish at the concerts. And I got great seats through the lottery system, if you're familiar with that. And it was like once in a lifetime type of seats, sitting like front row. Five rows from the front.
Right.
And the show's about to start, and all of a sudden I feel this big person right behind me, and I turn around, and I'm 6'1". I look up. This guy is towering above me, and who is it? It's Bill Walton.
That's
and
awesome.
I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, Bill, hey, how you doing? He's like, hey, what's going on, kid? He's like, this is my wife. And if you're familiar with his wife, she is like not even half the size of him. Both really great people, and we're talking, and New Year's comes, and if you're not familiar with New Year's Fish at the Garden, they do a big production, balloons falling from the ceiling. Again, I'm 6'1", I'm trying to hit some balloons, and here I got Bill Walton out rebounding me for balloons, and I turn around and I'm like, Bill. I'm like, can I get a couple here? And he's like, oh, man. He's like, Mike, I'm so sorry. And we had a good laugh. But the late, great Bill Walton, he loved music. He loved Fish. He loved the Dead.
He was the best.
Really great guy.
Honestly,
great guy. Thanks for the time.
I appreciate it. My great story. Honestly, one of the funnier broadcasters, too. I mentioned Jason Benetti earlier. Does White Sox games. He does some of the national broadcasts. It's funny because him and Bill Walton would do these like one-off basketball games, and then early on they would do even more. And the one time they had a cupcake, and Bill Walton just ate the cupcake with the candle on top, and it was one of the most shot-out moments I've ever seen. And me and my buddies, whenever we'd play, throw it down, big man, throw it down. Just all-time hilarious. But whenever I think of the Grateful Dead, and I guess Fish now, I always think of Bill Walton because he would always talk about the Dead on his broadcast. Very funny. It's kind of like C-Mac always mentioning, you can't go an hour without Big Mac mentioning the Beatles. And there is, the Beatles they're his Jesus. They're his religion. And it's very funny. I also like it. I love seeing people passionate about stuff like that. And even if I don't like the Grateful Dead or Fish, I respect it. I like seeing people loyal, passionate. Rosenberg, is there a musical artist that you 100% try to see no matter what?
I mean, currently tough. Back in the day, OAR, I saw a bunch, which is again more jam band.
They came here once. I met them through.
Yeah, Marc Roberge. I believe that's how you say his name. I don't know if he's French, but I think that's how you say his name. So OAR, I've seen a bunch of times in concerts. System of a Down, huge back in the days. I was a big System of a Down guy. I've seen Weird Al Yankovic about 4 times.
That is the least shocking thing you've ever said in your life.
So I've seen Weird Al a bunch. Weird Al, he puts on a phenomenal show. It's an phenomenal show. I've seen
4 times is excessive.
I've seen the Trans-Siberian Orchestra around holiday time about 5 times. 5 straight years, I think I went to Nassau Coliseum and then to Madison Square Garden. I saw one of their shows. Great show. So,
well, it's. I'm not over this Weird Al thing, but that's hilarious. I mean, I guess I've seen the Roots like 7 times, but I go. They have a music festival. I go to Roots Picnic, and they always play. They usually will be the backup band to the whoever the headliner is, but they usually started playing some of their own music. Otherwise, I don't think I'm trying to think. I've seen Usher twice.
There?
Huh?
Did they serve food at the picnic?
Yeah, they have food trucks. It's in Philly. I mean, there's a lot of good food. And then Questlove has like a vegan cheesesteak line, which who the hell eats that? Spike, I guess. Eskin. But no, it's a great time, and it's a big festival. It used to not be. It used to be a very small, couple thousand people. Now it's like 10, 20,000 people, 40,000 people over a 2-day span, even more than that. And they do a good job. It's a good weekend. And if you're a hip hop fan, it's also skews a little older, like our age group. It's not like Gen Z is not going to Roots Picnic. It's like when I went to Jay-Z. I was like the youngest person at the Jay-Z concert. Like, it was nice. Calm, chill, everyone was relaxed. I do have a funny, this is kind of, I don't even know, can I tell this story? I think I can tell this story. I'm going to tell this story going to the break. So when I was working here early on, we used to, all the music stations are here. And this is going to be a TMI story, but, I'm in the bathroom and, I'm using the urinal. In the stall, let's just say someone is blowing it up. Big time. And there's no one else in this bathroom besides me and this person. I go to wash my hands, and this person comes out of the stall, and who this person is John Mayer, washing his hands. And I'm sitting there like, I can't say anything to this guy. He was just destroying that bathroom. Like, this is a true story. This happened, we can't get to this bathroom right now, but the bathroom where the main entrance is.
The East bathroom.
Yes. I don't know what station he was here with, but I'm washing my hands. I think I'm like a year into working here as a part-timer. Not interning, I'm like working here. And I, at the time, was a big, talk about someone who's, I think he guitars now with the Grateful Dead. I was like, I got to say something. I love John Mayer. And then I'm sitting there, I'm like, I'm not saying anything to this guy. This is embarrassing. He has to be embarrassed. And he's like, what's up? And he's a tall dude. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, dude, you ate something foul.
My only similar story to that is back many years ago, I was lucky enough to go to one of my friends' uncles are on the board of Big Brothers Big Sister, and I went to all their events. And one year, the main speaker was Darrell Rivas, Mariano Rivera, and one year was Roger Goodell. And I went to the bathroom, and right next to the urinal, he walks in, Roger Goodell. Stands right next to me at the urinal. I say, Commissioner, how's it hanging?
You were talking to him? That's weird. Talking at the urinal?
No, it was afterwards.
Oh, if we're friends, I'll do that. I don't do that to people I don't know.
Oh, I don't blame you. It was afterwards I spoke to Commissioner Goodell.
But you said, no, you said you were, don't change the story. You were talking to him as he's, relieving himself. That's crazy.
Fun fact.
Fun fact. It's funny because we were at Craig's recording of the Joint Ventures podcast, and Bart Scott and Lil Wayne are there, and they're talking about proper urinal etiquette. I am not, if I'm friends with you, if it's me and you, and there's only 2 urinals in the bathroom, I'll say something to you.
Agreed.
If I don't know you, I'm not saying anything to you.
No, you keep your mouth shut. And that's typically what I did.
Also, I thought it would have been common courtesy if, John Mayer would have just been made it was rancid. Just like, man, those tacos were rough. Instead, I'm just sitting there like, this guy. Forever now, I'll hear, what is it, Daughters or Gravity, and I'm going to be like, this guy blew that bathroom up.
But that's a natural bodily function.
Yeah, but, it startles you when it's a 6 foot, he's like 6'3". And
why does that startle you?
Because it's John Mayer. I'm sorry that, I am just.
He's a human.
I am the way I am. All right, cool. He's a human. If you did that, I'd be like, bro, disgusting.
That's different. We're friends.
Yes, and I couldn't say that to him. If it was now, I probably would have. 888-808-1019. I could hear Hurley is like, just go to break already. Love you, Hurls. 888. Shout out for hooking us up with Boog as well. If you missed any of the Boog Shabby conversation at 3 o'clock, I will post it later on YouTube. You also go back to the podcast. And Bob Nightengale was at 4 o'clock as well. We broke down the deadline. Obviously, Shambi with the Yankees and Cubs playing tonight. He does the Cubs TV broadcasts. I got you for another half hour. Anthony Gallo, back after this.
It's the Carton Show with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle. Afternoons 2 to 7 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
This is a big thing on Twitter, too, I find. That when people find a take I might have objectionable or they disagree with it, I know I win the argument when the only thing you can say is, Craig, you're wrong.
Get the Carton Show on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the free Odyssey app.
Orgavattazona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
$30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entries starting at $1,000, all with no rake. Circa Million, 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Circa Survivor, pick one winner each week. Last one standing wins. And Circa Grandissimo with $100,000 entry. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere. 30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
This summer, cool down with Dunkin' Refreshers. Sip on black cherry or try the all-new pink pineapple. Or try one of their flavorful fan favorites like mango pineapple or strawberry dragon fruit. All of them are ice cold and refreshing. Dunkin' Refreshers are the perfect afternoon pick-me-up, a whole lot of flavor and very refreshing. It's a sip of summer, only at Dunkin'. Dunkin' Refreshers are fruit-flavored, contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Terms and exclusions may apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman is reminding residents to know the warning signs of opioid addiction, missing medication, withdrawal from family, mood changes, falling grades, sleeping all day. These warning signs may mean someone you love needs help. Opioid deaths are down in Nassau County, but one life lost is one too many. If you or someone you know is struggling, call 516-227-TALK. That's 516-227-TALK. it could save a life.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. New shoes, new clothes, brand new grade. Switch to Verizon to make sure their tech keeps up. This back-to-school season, buy or bring any Android phone and get a Samsung Galaxy tablet on Verizon. Get your kids ready for the school year without breaking the bank. Visit Verizon.com or your local store today. Bring an Android phone or purchase a new phone with device payment on postpaid service plan required. $329.99 tablet device payment purchase with new line on $20 per month tablet plan for 36 months required. Less $330 tablet promo credit applied over 36 months. Additional taxes, fees, and terms apply.
Sideswiped at Atlantic Ave and Flatbush? Shulman and Hill injury lawyers swipe back to protect the injured. No one fights harder for New York. Every borough, every block. Shulman and Hill. We are New York. Get a free case review. Search Shulman and Hill injury lawyers.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used a trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Everybody loves a win. And with the New Jersey Lottery, the next winner could be you. Play today at a New Jersey Lottery retailer near you, because anything can happen in Jersey.
Start the day with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN. WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York. And
save us all from your tyranny. Thank you, Paul. I love you very much. Connie Bucket's in the house. Oh, we're having fun here. I'm going a little delirious. You know, we've covered a lot of topics, most not sports. The Mets and the Yankees, though, gearing up for a big deadline. We spoke to Boog Shambi of the Chicago Cubs broadcast. ESPN does a ton. KBO broadcast legend. We spoke to Bob Nightengale as well. Both of them kind of agreed that it will be active, but it will not be a star-studded. They obviously are just making, predictions, but it will not be a star-studded deadline. And I don't think that's a bad thing for the Yankees. And on the Mets front, I wouldn't say Freddie Peralta is a star. I think we can all safely say he is not a star. Even if Luke Weaver, which I feel like would be the biggest piece, gets moved for the Yankees. I think that for the Mets, sorry, not the Yankees. For the Mets. I think for the Yankees, though, they could still get appreciably better if they go out and they could add a bat. And it doesn't, I would love to see them get Devers. I would love to see them get Devers and Luis Ariz. But even if it's not a Devers superstar level of player, or it's not a Hunter Goodman, I do think the Yankees can get better. I think the upgrades are there. I think if you add any catcher that has a lick of hitting, you're already upgrading catcher. I think they can add a left side of the infield player that could benefit them. Bullpen-wise, there's always arms at the deadline that can be had. It doesn't matter pre-3 wildcard teams or post addition of the wildcard teams. There's always guys out there that can be had. And I still think that they need to go out there and make a move for a bat before they go and address the bullpen. Obviously, if the move's just a line and there is a move that's not going to prevent them from getting the upgrade they need offensively, that would be... I'm not going to sit here and tell them they have to go out and just trade for a bat before they ever address the bullpen, but I don't want them to make a move for a bullpen piece that prevents them from getting an arm. I just don't want to see that. And that would be the whiff if they went out there and didn't. Like, if you go out there and trade for, let's say, Luke Weaver. I can't think of any other relief pitchers right now that are available. But you go out there and you trade for a Luke Weaver type, that level of pitcher, and it prevents you from getting the bats that you need. I think that's going to be, severely, like, it's a shortcoming. And it doesn't make sense for them to not address both, obviously, but you have a great bullpen. We see that. You have a great starting rotation. What we cannot say right now, even with them producing, is the Yankees have a great offense. They have a very flawed offense, and it's not entirely because of roster construction. It's because two of your three best hitters, because I'm not even going to throw Jazz in that conversation anymore, but Bellinger and Judge are out right now. You have Ben Rice trying to carry a group of guys that he cannot carry. So it's frustrating. And I don't understand if they don't go out and get a big bat, or if they only make a small ancillary move and they add to the bullpen. I'm not sure the fan base is going to be okay with that. They're not getting Mason Miller. I think, Bob Nightengale said that they're not selling now. The Padres, they would sell a Bogarts, but no one's taking that contract. I just can't fathom them not getting a bat and then sitting here on Tuesday, or even if you're on, whether it's Tommy on after the trade deadline, the reaction from Yankee fans would be so visceral and would be just so. It would be a disaster. Now, the results are all that's going to matter. If they didn't go in at a bat and they went on to win the World Series, we'd all forget about it. But we have to live in the moment that we're in. We can't just project to the future because we don't know what the future beholds. But I do think on the inverse, I want them to address both. But if they were to go out and only get a position player, I don't think that would be the end of the world. Because I think they have enough in the, not just in their major league, roster, on the 40-man roster, I do think they have more of the ability to fill, whether it's a Elmer Rodriguez, a Carlos Lagrange when he's healthy, just going through it. They have a plethora of arms in the farm that they could go bring up to help them. Right now, you could turn and say, sure, you think George Lombard is good enough to help them right now. A lot of scouts don't think he's ready just yet. He could be a good player and he would be an upgrade over Volpe, but a lot of people don't think that he is he is just ready to take off running. And another bomb in the Mets game. Everything they do is just a disaster. Yeah. And Monday will be a bloodbath for the Mets. And it's funny because Al Cintron texted me back and said more people ended up showing up after the ceremony. So now I'm just confused. Maybe was there a traffic delay? Was it just that bad getting out to the stadium? Because the Mets did a decent job telling everyone who was available. Oh, not who was available. When the pregame started and when in your seats time, they already said that. So who knows? It's not like it's sold out, but he did say it filled up afterwards in that aspect. Obviously, the Yankees making, if you missed it at this point, but earlier, when we first started the show, the Yankees traded Duvall to the Pirates for 2 prospects. We also heard from Clay Holmes earlier. He said he's fully healthy. There's a lot of factors going into it right now. They still think he's going to make the rehab start tomorrow, and I think that is more keeping his trade value with the ability for teams to pick him up and throw him for a few more rehab starts. And then he also said that he feels like a trade is pretty likely. And he said there's been no recent extension talks between him and the Mets. So for those, and myself included, that want him back next year, you can't bank on him coming back. Tyrone Taylor had another home run, his 7th in his last 46 plate appearances. Hopefully that skyrockets his value and the Mets can get something nice for him. Maybe that's the guy the Yankees go after. I'm now just like scouring, trying to see if anything passed before. Obviously, Cruz got called up in favor of Duvall since Duvall got traded. And that's where we sit. And let's go out to the call. Sam in Hackensack. What up, dude?
Just want to rest in peace, Vincent Pastore.
What?
One of the great ones on The Sopranos.
Wait. Seriously?
Yeah. He passed away this afternoon. I was so upset when I heard that.
That just happened, or that's...
It happened, from what I read, it happened late this morning.
Oh, that's a bad job. I see, 2 hours ago.
Yeah. It's all over social media now.
Oh, man. And it's
not
ironically,
say,
they had Jamie Lee Sigler. I'm sorry, whatever her last name. Played Meadow. She sang the national anthem today at Citi Field.
Yeah, how weird was that?
Yeah, that's terrible. I know he's 80, so it's not like he was super young, but that's still pretty young to me.
Man, and I gotta say, I was a Sopranos guy from the beginning. And one of the things, I read all the books too, like the Sopranos Chronicles. I heard the David Chase interviews. I thought they got rid of him too soon. I understand the storyline deal, and he played it superbly. I love when he was sitting with the FBI agents, and he's basically asking them for a job, like I could do this stuff, And I thought he was spectacular.
I think, one, he was... They got rid of him early, but he was still a part of the show for every season. He wasn't happy
about that either.
Oh, I'm sure he wasn't, because he was... No. I think that's really... I just recently had this... rest in peace. I wish I would have seen this earlier.
Yeah.
Paul Rosenberg's too busy, looking up, dog show odds to,
sure.
Give me the breaking news. So, Sam, I thank you. I appreciate the call, man. I thank you for, informing me of that. To your point, too, about him being off the show too early, I just rewatched it 6 months ago with my fiance who had never seen the show, and that is really the skyrocket, or the that's where the roller coaster really takes off on the show. Like, it's a good show, and that setting into that big climax of spoiler, when they finally find out he's the snitch and they kill him. It is such a dramatic change in the show for good. And the change in Tony, because that is a guy that he viewed as his best friend. He's fantastic. He's in Carlito's Way also, which is, more underrated but great. And that's super sad. 80 years old, passed away. Confirmed this. CBS News just put it out. So he was found dead in the Bronx residence. He's 80, so I'm hoping that there's no nefarious play, which I wouldn't think anything of that. And it's sad. It is super sad. And he is, for characters too, he obviously didn't have such a short run. He was in the show. Obviously, Tony dreams about him, and he's always there. The fish talking to him, and it's Sal. I can't say his name on air, but that's crazy. It's super sad. Vincent Pastore passes away at 80 years old. CBS confirmed that about 15 minutes ago. But he, as far as, characters that had short runs, and, I'm a big Game of Thrones fan, and I know they were drastically different because Ned Stark, spoiler, who gets killed in the first season of Game of Thrones, is only on it for that first season, and not that, his character in Sopranos was not the main character. I always thought those were two of the shortest lived characters in the show that had the greatest impact. They kind of set the whole story. Like, Tony dealing with all the mental stuff kind of, starts really kicks into overdrive when he has to kill his best friend that he found out snitched on him. And then obviously he takes care of his wife throughout the show, and that causes problems with Camilla. It's super sad. So he passes away at 80 years old. I wish I would have seen that earlier. Obviously it was just confirmed, but the news has been out a while. He's, my favorite character is Bobby Bacala. Steve Sharif's character. He's also the most likable as far as, like, he is as innocent as any of those guys on that show could be, because the thing they do is they always bring it back to, these aren't good people. Like, Tony always did something. You're rooting for him, but then you're like, all right, this is a bad guy. Like, so that's always in that anti-hero era. I thought the Penguin did a great job with this. Sons of Anarchy always did, where you're rooting for these people who are maybe not inherently bad, but what they do is not good. And Bobby was like that tie to innocence. But, Big P, as I'll say it, was one of my other favorite characters. We got one more segment left. Then the Yankees at 6:35. Yankees, Cubs, Peterson, former Met David Peterson, versus the Yankees and Max Fried. We got that coming up. Stay tuned. One more segment here on The Fan.
The Yankees played the Cubs in the Windy City, 7:10 tonight.
Fielded by Jazz, acrobatic throw, off balance, in time.
The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan, 101.9 FM, and available en Espanol on the free Odyssey app.
Most tire dealers will sell Bridgestone tires, but Town Fair Tire sells Bridgestone tires for an unbeatable combination of the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services for life. Town Fair is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. So when you're in the market for a new set of Bridgestone tires, get to Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. I've spent years on the field learning what really matters most: reliability, consistency, and trust. That's why I love Red Pocket Mobile. You choose from 3 major 5G networks, plans start at just $10 a month, and stay there. Plus real customer care answers in under 2 minutes. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
If you're tired of dealing with dummies every time you shop for a car, I get it. All the games they play, the back and forth, it's brutal. Well, the team over at Route 22 Toyota seem to have it figured out. They're real people who have made the entire process of buying a car simple and that smart. Plus, they're easy to get to, right on Route 22 in Hillside, New Jersey, and they're always on the money with incredible deals on their huge selection of new and used Toyota. So remember, if you're tired of dealing with dummies, get over to Route 22 Toyota and experience the smart way to buy your next vehicle.
Sal Licata here for CertaPro Painters. My home is a happy place, especially when my wife is satisfied. And that's not always an easy thing for me to achieve, but my friends at CertaPro Painters, they had no such problems. Big jobs or small, the good folks at CertaPro Painters are at your service. If you've been putting off a painting project, give them a call now at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C, and you'll see exactly what I mean. 1-800-GO-CERTA. Call CertaPro Painters today and get a no-nonsense free estimate on a professional job that you'll be happy with for years to come.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com.
Hey, it's Jerry Recco. Wind Creek Bethlehem is your place for all the action. Check out the high-energy casino floor for the hottest slots and table games like blackjack, craps, and roulette. Go for high-stakes play in the poker room and enjoy tableside massages and complimentary beverage service. Experience the thrill of live dealer stadium gaming or visit the sportsbook to catch the game and place your wager. Mix things up with virtual golf at Twisted Tees or axe throwing at Angry Jacks. Fuel up at your choice of eateries like Chop House, Urban Table, and Bethlehem Barrel and Draft House. Keep the night going with live entertainment or a handcrafted cocktail. Then relax in a luxurious guest room at Wind Creek's AAA 4-Diamond Hotel. Play online anytime in the Wind Creek Casinoverse. Download it for free from the Apple or Google App Stores. Wind Creek Bethlehem, go for the W. Learn more at windcreekbethlehem.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-4094. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-4094. That's 800-575-4094.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Orgavada Zona? Is that a word? In the 2026 Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid, it might as well be, because it can be one road trip. It's all about turbocharged power and hybrid efficiency working together, so you get the thrill of quick acceleration and the satisfaction of fuel efficiency. Book a test drive and keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Big truck crash at Victory Boulevard and Bay Street? Showman and Hill injury lawyers are the biggest defenders of justice. No one fights harder for New York. Every borough, every block. Showman and Hill. We are New York. Get a free case review. Search Showman and Hill injury lawyers.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong.